Kingdom Radio is now scheduling interviews for the 2024 season. Make sure you visit us online at whykingdomradio.com. Get busy.
The court and jury in the case can reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I want to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission.
Sure.
Same 10-page document you saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from the record. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
The exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Oh, would you come to sidebar, please?
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, "I hit him," correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know Was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report page. It's like the second to the last or third to the last page. It's Lank's report. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do. Yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it?
Well-
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
2023.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged.
Summer loves parties, and parties love electricity.
Because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence, but
Right.
that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home
Mhm.
sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tabbed, highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
If you want to do
Okay,
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct,
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
correct,
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
correct,
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
correct,
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you for 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
correct,
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you called Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
correct,
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay. Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. Maybe they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there
Kerry Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, You
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
That would have been a false
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring
Your
to?
phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From
I'm-
Celebrite, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home. I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming, My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Yes. Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Googled hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data,
My dad.
you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6/24/16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that grade. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant.
That's
Yes.
about 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 6/24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Let me take this down. Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
I'll let you. Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did,
You
yes.
acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
May I approach briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience of using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No,
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
no.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about texts between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know that, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled on to Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from a storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
If I could take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Furbush. Is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call, and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's two other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911, and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Hey everybody, I'm TC. I'm the host and founder of the Minnesota Black Robe Regiment podcast. I started this show back in 2020 in March when, well, you know, that particular virus was shutting everything down. And I'd like to tell you, thanks for stopping by We the People. If you're interested in content that talks about government malfeasance, government authoritarianism, and, well, honestly, just how the state screws everything up, I'm the guy to come and listen to. You're going to be able to find my content on my own channel over on YouTube, Minnesota Black Robe Regiment, and on Rumble. But you're also going to be able to watch me here on We the People. So no matter where you're finding me, head on over to my channel, give me a like, give me a subscribe, find my membership options, but more importantly, share the We the People content out and let your friends, neighbors, everyone else know there are reasonable voices on this channel. And more importantly, we're a diverse group of people. Not everyone thinks exactly the same on this show or on this channel. So until next time, fight for your liberty, it is yours. Fight for your freedom, it belongs to you. And Sic Semper, Tyrannus.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Davis, your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements.
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that prior, that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers in the state?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you would testify to earlier as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Again, just ask you to look at it. Look up. And just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your
Correct.
phone. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to submit as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital. And I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Hello, I'm David Miliband, President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee. Our humanitarian...
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had...
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
to? Mrs. O'Keefe.
So John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes,
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
no,
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m., and you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
he had jeans and I believe the same shirt on. Yes,
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No,
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45, when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No,
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had told you?
my husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified to, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand. Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling route. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hakamak?
Objection.
Sustained.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
Okay. All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general, when she said, I told them everything. I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts, so yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd
Objection,
love
Your
to
Honor.
get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages. If you would.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified, did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified, did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview, what ultimately happened. And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically,
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
no?
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you would have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was
Yes
there.
or no?
She did.
Okay, yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Right. Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors folding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs. All rise. Follow me, jury out.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Hi folks, Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some
Amazon's other
support.
company, Audible.
So to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing
17 years.
And your husband Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
At McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
And, after she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. And I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily. Mhm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows Lawn, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee and I sort of got Patrick. So if
Mr.
John was
Riley, you
gonna-
have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people.
But
So
as
it
far as
depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July what year?
What are we, 2020? 2020?
So sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot. So I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Or just ask the record reflect identification by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch and the front door is right there and it was open and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Ask this in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call only from looking at my phone after because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, and you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Okay. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night, and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up how much time it elapsed between that call and the next?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about, and upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. If she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call? What, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
And do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going up to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make those phone call initially to Canton Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you are sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Object. I'll allow it.
With regard to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So she, John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving, and Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
What kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Do you recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes. Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left, to the right, or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? We've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there, you know?
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, what, if any, rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people that were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway video number 154. I'd ask you to just pause after this. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McKay's house?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observe in this video, again, using the laser pointer to draw the jury's attention to who you observe and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and whatnot?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video. Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, "My taillight, look at my taillight." And I looked at it and I said, "You told me you don't remember anything from last night." She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him."
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had of looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
And did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that way.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. Cape's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent of snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. Cape's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can play from there. Let's get on to the deposit there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just a moment. Ms. Roberts, I'm going to show you just 2 photographs. Ask you to just look at those and finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the drive, correct?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes. Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving. Karen was in the back seat and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear,
with eBay Authenticity Guarantee, it's checked by experts. Every stitch, tag, and logo. So you'll always get that feeling of real.
Hey everybody, I'm TC. I'm the host and founder of the Minnesota Black Robe Regiment podcast. I started this show back in 2020 in March when, well, you know, that particular virus was shutting everything down. And I'd like to tell you, thanks for stopping by We the People. If you're interested in content that talks about government malfeasance, government authoritarianism, and, well, honestly, just how the state screws everything up, I'm the guy to come and listen to. You're going to be able to find my content on my own channel over on YouTube, Minnesota Black Robe Regiment, and on Rumble. But you're also going to be able to watch me here on We the People. So no matter where you're finding me, head on over to my channel, give me a like, give me a subscribe, find my membership options, but more importantly, share the We the People content out and let your friends, neighbors, everyone else know there are reasonable voices on this channel. And more importantly, we're a diverse group of people. Not everyone thinks exactly the same on this show or on this channel. So until next time, fight for your liberty, it is yours. Fight for your freedom, it belongs to you. And Sic Semper Tyrannis.
AR.
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it in there. I would ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. Cave doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is? That
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over.
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment. Pause it. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about this.
Do you have drug problem? Keep the rug? Huh?
Visuals on the screen again. They're just using the laser pointer and direct your attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And do you recall you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe?
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And do you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. But the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where, like, his, whatever, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you...
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then She had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. But next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right. So why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. All right. Jurors will take the luncheon. Please, as well, the jurors will vote if you could just.
Yep.
Be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
Goodbye.
Hi folks, Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, aka Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No,
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
no, it was not a coat.
Now, to take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things like that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again.
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first time?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond to that?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number. And I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened next?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk in? By she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, "Do you have her phone?" And I said, "Yes." Her mother said, "Make sure she does not have her purse."
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I did a complete spun a couple times on 93 right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again.
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was that?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as if she's dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital?
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, back into a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, who, if anyone, came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were 2 officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to
In the dining room.
them? And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, well, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Mr. Cave's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Mr. Cave's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Mr. Cave's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Mr. Cave's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as the cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're
Jen,
referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, well, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Lank's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefe's were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? Or, you know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefe's were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Miss McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Yara, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Oh, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Laura Sullivan to the stand.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
sure.
Step up. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during
Better allergy relief for better boyfriending. Live Claritin Clear.
the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is
He's 10.
he? I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
No, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy
timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to joining or possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
I could stop you there just
Yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay?
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
After you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going through?
After asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the room?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other. And they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where you know sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, I mean, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, "Hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early." So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that group?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Miss Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Miss Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has a record reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, "We'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe." And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner, or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers, Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike if it, unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines, and she declined. saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day, what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms.
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick and Kaylee and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, you think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed because she didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, Did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
she was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And do you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
Subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, I don't know. And I said, well, that's not what Etta said. And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts. And it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it. And he said, yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this.
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about it?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was. Yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you were there?
They were. Yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said I just talked to Etta. She said absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did. Yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas, talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw him?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw it?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to this read, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 37?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. You recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from.
Objection.
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do at that point?
It is subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, did the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m."
And what, if anything, did you ask or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came?
He was with another trooper,
Okay. And do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
Sullivan, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the understatement of the court and jury in the case now hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live in?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived in?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing that?
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister,
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is who?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrive there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
And is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you referred to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know this?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister. subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time.
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep. So we were on the 4th floor of the hotel. So I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner and going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
I knew where they were staying, yes. Room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor.
So lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if anything?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets down to the lobby, you walk out, who, if anyone, you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
Thanks. So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
As far as the defendants beyond the yelling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend. And she looked at me and said, Karen. And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
I'll see you at sidebar quickly.
The future of streaming. We the People Live. Night Court with Joe Lanou. Collaboration with Kingdom Radio Live.
I can tell you is you got to be free. Come together.
Listen to my shit. No, you don't, cause I don't even know. I just know it's fucking loads. Every city that I go, they be whipping out the phones, wanting pictures.
Join today.
And now you see me on the road to riches and you
We the People Live.
And try to come back to you from give us reports on what's going on. What do you think about that?
All right, yeah,
we just went live. By the way, we are at the New York City courthouse where Busybody is live protesting for Dexter Taylor.
Yep. I'm at the security check now. Here at the security check now. I got a big old bag on me though, plus the megaphone and mic.
And he's got a big megaphone on him. He has a megaphone around his waist. He's got a big old bag of stuff trying to make it through security at the courthouse.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they let me through, honestly.
So would I. I'd be surprised they let you through as well.
But we are watching live either way.
But, if they don't, it isn't over.
New York City courthouse audit, security audit. We're going to conduct right here. New York City courthouse audit for the security. See if they'll let him in with a bag and a phone.
That's it. That's it.
Megaphone around his neck.
Yeah. And don't forget the telephone as well.
Live feed. Night Court with Joe Lanou special broadcast.
Okay. I know I can't have this, sir. I can bring that up. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of need that to walk. You got it, man. You got it. So far, they're letting me through. Grabbed another bucket. Huh? Grabbed another bucket. Oh, man. I didn't know you guys had buckets. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you know what?
Go grab them.
Yeah.
Go grab them.
It's all right. At this point, it's...
Well, everything's going to fall on the other side of the machine.
Oh, shit.
So just grab one so it don't fall.
Yeah, I mean, I can barely walk. You know what I mean? Yeah. Get me through. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Anything else in the voucher? Yeah.
We're going through the X-ray machine right now.
You have to take that out of the glass box.
Okay, you got it. All right, so
You're right there for me. You got some other, with a screen bag right here.
So I'm trying to wait.
oh, that's over here. That would be over here. Okay. Yeah, see, this is like, you know, toiletries and stuff, batteries.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a razor.
Oh. Yeah. Yep, there's my other razor. That should be.
Yeah, we're gonna rework it back again.
All right. I'll be able to get this back. All right.
Well, once again, we are with our friend. He is live at the New York City courthouse in the Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing. We had Joe Lanou on the phone with us, calling in live. What's up, Lanou?
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he's at on the security.
Well, basically, he made it through. Oh, yeah, he made it through, and then here he is with another live feed. They canceled the one live feed. They brought another one up. I have it right here.
Hold on to the batteries, Jason, for hold on to this. So
I appreciate that, man.
With that stuff,
cool.
you can pick it up on the way out. All right?
Just like the whole
We don't have room for that.
Oh, bro, come on, man. All right, I appreciate it, man. No, it's less stuff. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes. That's from the toiletry thing I showed you. Yeah, look. Got a zipper on it, right? Yeah, that's this. Right? That's what it looks like.
Looks like there's like a long metal.
How's the video coming in, Roby?
The video is coming in really good. It's going to get the camera sideways.
Go ahead.
Security basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has it down inside the security basket. He just took out his sandals to look like one of those Bob Barker prison issued sandals. He just put those back in his bag and
Yeah.
I'll bring it back.
Oh, thank you, man.
And his walking cane and megaphone and everything. He's through right now. He's walking through.
With the phone and still on
live. Yeah.
All right. Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Stuff, and then when you're done, just stop at the left.
Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I made it through.
Busybody, can you turn your phone sideways, please, so we can get a 16? Yeah, there it is right there. Thank you. There it is right there.
Yeah, let me see if I can stand up on my feet. I got to get all my stuff together here. Yeah, so they let me through. I got this big ass bag on me and a megaphone. They got to take that right now. So I got to pick it out. I got to get a receipt for all that shit. So that's what we're doing now.
So Busybody's pretty much at the coat check where he's checking his megaphone and checking the stuff that can't really make it in there, but they're not going to leave it at security. He's doing like a little check and checking his stuff so he can get it back when he leaves.
Well, good. Then why don't we, Kingdom? Can you take us to a couple of commercials while he does that, and then we'll come back and see if we get to the 18th floor and maybe get a live feed with Dexter's mom and dad, maybe an interview.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying this one here. He's putting on his chapstick and everything. He's live inside the courthouse, and we definitely have more and more people watching by the minute. But yeah, we can definitely move to one of these commercials. We'll be right back with you, Busybody. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep up the good work, bro.
Joe Lanou with a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us along with backyard party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States. Hi, folks. Joe Lanou here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
All right. He's back. Let's go back live with I'm gonna Bluetooth you back in.
Go ahead, honey. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. All right. Got it. Yeah. All right.
So then you print and then sign your name at the bottom.
You got it.
Give you a copy of the receipt on your way out. Just come right back to this desk and you get all your belongings back.
Gotcha. All right.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, I was supposed to put my name.
Yeah. Just in case you lose it.
Yeah. Down here. All right. Sure. All right. Yeah. I appreciate it. 18th floor. Okay. Yeah. So 18th floor. Is there a bathroom down here?
No, there is one 18th floor.
All right. Got it. Thank you. All right. All right. So I got a long ass line to this thing. I tell you what, though, the megaphone being off my hands, man, actually took some weight off my shoulders.
Yeah, they did you a favor right there.
Yeah. They did. So I just wish they took the whole bag.
All right, if we lose you in the elevator, we'll pick you up when you get out of the elevator, man. But you're doing a fantastic job. You have a live feed inside the courthouse, so you were doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, man.
I'm surprised you still have cell phone service in there.
I'm actually pretty surprised too. You know, And they let me have my portable charger with me, which is awesome.
So what was the interaction that was happening outside? Because I know you were showing somebody your shirt and you were telling someone about Dexter Taylor. It was a thing outside of the
Yo,
courthouse.
yeah, this guy works for Nick Fuentes.
Huh.
Yeah, but you know what? It's still another platform. You know what I mean? That could spread the word about it. I mean, the guy took immediate interest. Follow Twitter and all that. So, yeah. But, sure. Just see, I see. Look, man, it's a long ass line for these elevators, but sure one of them will open real soon. Seems like they got one working. You know. Anyways. All right. So it's 12, 19. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm about to get on the elevator, yo. Getting on this elevator. All right, getting in this one. Right. 18, brother. Nobody's here for Dexter Taylor by any chance, are they? All right, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you perfect, dude. You're doing a great job. You're in the elevator right now?
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm in the elevator right now. Excuse me. All right.
All right, real quick, we're just going to break to a little small commercial that Lanu put
Joe Lanu with a summer fun warning. Memorial Day is on top of us
know
along
about
with
this case of
backyard
this.
party weather. Go see my friend Spa Guy 01 on X for all things water and backyard. Spa Guy is your Texas backyard connection, and we'll get you started with the best swimming pools, spas, saunas available. Not to mention patio furniture and outdoor kitchens. You know us Texans take our grilling very serious. You need advice on maintenance, best product selection, installation? Spa Guy is your Atlas Spas expert with locations in Waco and Ennis, Texas. If you're not in the great state of Texas, don't worry. Spa Guy can ship parts and supplies and advice to any location in the continental United States.
Honey, we eat moose meat on everything. It's actually, it's moose is our cow. Beef is expensive.
That makes sense.
We have moose tacos. We have moose pizza. We have moose covered in sauce. You
This
got
case
moose
really
chili.
is. And
You can do ground.
I actually
You can do
thought I
ground
saw
moose.
Dexter's lawyer
And you
just
got
now,
cream cheese with it.
but it wasn't him.
We're back.
To the right. Oh, I'll ask you when I get out. All right, Joe. I really gotta do this, man, because
We are live with Busybody. He's in the 18th floor of the New York City courthouse. The audio and the video is not coming in very clear. We were trying our best to bring this to you, but we're not sure how it's going to be able to go. But we're going to stay live as long as we possibly can here.
Yeah, I'm just using the bathroom, yo. That's all.
Oh, okay. We'll go to a quick commercial while we drain the main vein, and hopefully when you get out, we can have something interesting to bring. Here's a little small clip from some breaking news when we had the tornadoes in Omaha. Once again, we almost have everything together. We're still on the 18th floor. Joe Lanou will be coming on live with us in the next 4 minutes. We also have Big Ron in the backstage trying to figure out what's going on. We collectively put together this live feed at the Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing, where we are live to protest and make sure our Pro 2A broadcast is coming in loud and clear live on X. Special edition Night Court with Joe Lanou and the Night Crew coming to you live. And here's a little word from a sponsor from Kingdom Radio.
What's happening? All right. How you doing? Pretty good. Good, good. Yeah, so this is perfect. I'll walk right out with you. I ain't got to ask nobody directions. Yeah. I'm actually live on a show right now. Well, a commercial break, while I'm up here in the back.
We're back, bro. We're back.
We're back in the back, but yeah. But I'm actually with Dex's father right now. He just walked up here, so I'll have the directions when I walk out here. I'm just have to change my shirt and all that. Yeah. How are you and the missus holding up? Right? Yeah. All right. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, I keep getting pulled in a different direction. It's real frustrating. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. But I'm really trying not to think about that at this moment, Yeah, I know. That's in my mind. 27.
So catch me up, Kingdom. Are we in the bathroom with?
Yeah.
Okay.
With me and that's bad. Yes.
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Busy. Do you have a shirt pocket on your shirt that you could stick your phone in with the cameras out? where we can see
I
what
don't.
you see?
You know what?
Not that we,
I got
not
a
that we
thing
want to
on
see
my
what you see in the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, I got the phone down. So, yeah, what if I was?
I'm saying when you're done with the bathroom, if you could put it where we could see what you see, and then you could just go meander and talk, and maybe get an update from Dexter's parents, so maybe they have some more information or updated information on what's about to happen.
And just to be clear,
All
I
right,
think
bro.
Lanu wants the camera of what you're looking at in the bathroom.
Right out.
Yeah, we don't want to see what's going on in the bathroom necessarily. That's another show.
But he is in the bathroom, and Dexter, Mr. Taylor's dad is in the bathroom as well. He's going to follow him into the courtroom.
I wouldn't mind if the Taylors are okay with it. Maybe a bit of an interview before this is over with on just get their side of the story and maybe showcase them a little bit as well.
Yeah. Out in the
absolutely.
hallway. Yeah, out in the hallway.
I'll ask him. Oh shoot!
And now you've got some messages coming in for you, Busy, from Lawyer Joe wants you to give her love and support to Dexter's family, and that comes from all of the X Spaces and night court crew as well.
Gotcha. Ooh.
So right now we are getting
How you
a
doing?
cane walkthrough.
All right. Yep. Hello, how you doing, Mrs. Taylor? All right. I'm assuming you're Sheraton?
No, this is my nephew.
There, you're the nephew. How you doing, man? I'm TJ.
Nice
All
to
right.
meet you.
Good.
And this is sister.
Sister. Oh,
Yeah.
God bless you. Yeah, like
Hello.
Yeah.
Vito and Angelina.
Yeah.
Oh, landlord.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't want to get busy in any kind of trouble or anything, but even if you could just get us audio feed from inside the courtroom during the proceedings, that would be spectacular.
Well, everyone can hear the phone.
Oh, he's not on the earpod or earbuds?
That's a good question. He probably is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, so I'm actually on a live show. A friend of Dexter's runs, Joe Lanu. I'm not gonna say it now because he's doing the live show, but yeah, he actually wanted to ask you guys if you would talk about the year, side story and all that.
Busy. Even if y'all went somewhere afterwards, after the proceedings, and we could do an interview with him, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, they're good with it. Yeah. I know. Yeah, well, we all are. Yeah, I am. I know that. But he made it very clear when I visited him. He's like, don't worry about me. Whatever they throw at me, do not worry. Yeah, so, your son is a warrior. He is a warrior.
Also, Busy, make sure they know how much support he has out here in the X world. There are 71. More people are joining as we speak. In the comments coming in with nothing but love for Dexter and his family.
You hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything he said. Say it again.
You're coming in live through the phone.
Yeah.
I can't see. TJ, I can't see anything on this phone.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hi, Miss Taylor.
Hi. You want Colin? No.
Nope. This is Joe Lanu.
Are you?
Joe Lanu. I do a show on X, and I'm a friend of Dexter's as well. And I wanted you guys to know that there are 74 and climbing people watching this live feed, and everyone sends their love and respect and support to you and your family during this very trying time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Do we know what time the proceeding is going to start, or is it just kind of a sit around and wait?
No, apparently, well, between 10 and 10:18 for the latest.
Okay.
10:18, the latest. So, not before 10 though. Hello?
We're here. Yes, not before 10. The support and Dexter will be there as well for this proceeding, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they have him here, I get any time after 10, once he's here, then the proceeding will start.
Yeah, we can only imagine what you must be going through, ma'am. But we just wanted to let you know that what an impact that your son has made on many people across the country when he was fighting for his life and trying to get exposure for this. We think it's a travesty and it's an injustice, but your son has really been an inspiration, and we just want to thank you for raising such a good kid, and he's turned out to be a fantastic man.
Yeah, he is. Thank you. He was very easy to raise because he was a good kid, but he grew older, then he became, and he had his own opinions and so. But he always still operated within the guidance of the law. So we never had any problems with Dexter. No police coming to the house, and even when he went out there with his friends, and so there was never any complaints about him. He was always on the right side of everything. So it's a big shock that this happened to him at this stage of his life and at the stage of our life as well. It's not easy. But because he is so strong, we are being strong also because we know that he needs our strength, and we need his strength also to cope. So, yeah. Somebody want to say something? Yeah, my husband is right next to me here. I don't know if you can see him. Hello?
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
we can't see me. Okay, there we go. How you doing, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Good. We're doing well. We want you guys to know that we're standing with you and our friend Dexter. And I don't know if you know the incredible following that he has on X and his X family, and how much we are all standing with him and through this. And a lot of us are pulling off of his strength. Dexter is an incredibly strong, free-minded, free spirit, or freedom-loving individual, and we've got nothing but incredible respect for him.
Well, his mother and I are so pleasantly surprised about this because we never knew that he had this exposure. I mean, we always knew that he was a sensational kid, but we never knew that he had this exposure, and it's glad to know that. I'm happy to know that. My problem with this whole situation is not that he shouldn't be prosecuted, because the law, New York State's law says that you have to have a permit to have a rifle or a gun, whatever, and he didn't have one, so of course he is guilty with that one. But once they did the investigation and realized, well, this guy is squeaky clean, then why should it not have been just a paper charge? Okay, we give you a permit, just as if you were driving without a permit. To me, it's the same thing, because he didn't sell any gun. He wasn't in the process of selling anything, and so some people might ask, well, why would you make a gun? And I suppose my answer would be, well, why would people leave here and go to Nepal and try to climb Mount Everest, which is brutally cold and unbelievably dangerous? So it's the same thing. People are different in different ways, and he wanted to do that, and that is what he did. He had no intention of hurting anybody. They have no evidence that he tried to sell a gun to this person or that person or that person. So I'm still amazed, but I'm hoping that the judge can see through all of that and send him home with a slap on the wrist, as it were. hopefully that would happen. I don't know if it would, but we can always hope.
Our hope and prayers are with you on that. We're hoping the same thing. And we agree with you that Dexter, we call him a nerd. I think he enjoyed the engineering aspect of building
He
these
is that.
horses.
He is that. He is that. He is a nerd. Yes, because we went to his apartment last week, and I couldn't. For instance, I'm a carpenter. Well, I was in the Trinidad Police Service, but prior to that, I was a cabinet paper maker and a carpenter. And I went to his house, his apartment, and he has a brand new planer. Now, why would somebody who that's for commercial use, but he had a planer, he had a bandsaw, he has everything that you could think about and some things that you can't think about. So once you get to know him, and then you would know why this guy did this or why he was doing that. Not he didn't want to hurt anybody, and I can't stress that enough. But that's him. That's who he is. Yeah. Yes, he enjoyed what he did, and but even more importantly, he's a fine young man. Everybody would tell you he has no enemies. He makes friends easily, and he honest. He will help anybody in every way he can, monetarily or otherwise. So I'm hoping, as we are hoping against hope, supposedly that the best thing can come out. Well, one thing that has come out of it so far is lots of people have known the kind of person that he is. So that's one good that has come out from this. And we're hoping that the best is yet to come, that they can send him home with a slap on the wrist or whatever. And we'll see what happens from there.
Mr. Taylor, have his attorney or anybody, have they spoken to you about what he realistically could be facing this morning as far as a sentence?
Well, as for the charges that he on, I think there's a minimum of 3.5 years to, I think, about 15 years or something, or 18 years, something like that.
But the prosecution is asking for 10 years.
But usually that's the guideline, and that has to do with depending on how, if you're convicted criminal, you can get so much and so much. In his case, that wouldn't apply. So I'm assuming, I'm hoping that he wouldn't get any more than the minimum, or if he can get even a suspended sentence. I don't know if that can happen. But
probation.
I hope, or probation, right? Fine, that would be fine. But it's the ball is not in our court, so we just got to wait and see. Yeah, but his cousin is here. He has a cousin here who would like to say something. If you would like to talk to him,
we would love to talk to him. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Hold on.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Derek. I'm Dexter's cousin. The D's are by coincidence, but some of the D names in family. But okay. So just on what my uncle said about Dexter being, and you guys even said about Dexter being a nerd. My recollection is mid-90s. Dexter had his own T1 line in his apartment, and anyone techie would know that wasn't something that most folks had to impose on. Dexter was already writing in C+. In the mid-90s. When I got into computing, I would turn to Dexter for help, for assistance in programming. I ended up taking a similar path in life, a career. But this is a guy. My cousin had his own domain, his own email domain, mid-90s, when computing and email and stuff wasn't even in every household. Maybe in single digits, we knew about computers, and some of the stuff that he was doing back then was just transcending. It just shows that Dexter would latch on to certain hobbies, and he has very good vision, and he would take it to the extreme. And I understand why he started gunsmithing, because it was his latest hobby, and it's whatever he did it to perfection, and he just ran with it. That's Dexter in a nutshell.
And Derek, that seems to be the Dexter that we learned to know and love on X. That he's got a love for anything engineering. I think he looked at. No, he said that he looked at the firearms as like a closed circuit, because it's doing the same thing with kinetic energy is what electronic circuits doing in a computer or any other type of electronic circuit. So we all understand what you say. We've got some folks that are also in here in the studio with us. One is Carl. Carl is a very large 2A advocate and a very close friend to Dexter. Carl, do you want to ask any questions? This is Derek. I know you just got in. This is Derek, Dexter's cousin, and we're also live with his mother and father. They're waiting outside for the proceeding to start. But Carl, do you have any questions or any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We've got you, sir.
All right. Yeah, just a few things about Dexter. This is a very difficult day for not just the people who have come to know Dexter, but the people who have known Dexter all his life, his family, his mom, his dad, his cousin, his daughter. It's a very difficult day for them. And, I'm hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. Dexter means a lot to not just the X or Twitter community, but the firearms community, the conservative community. We've come to know him as being a teacher, a humble man, a man with integrity, a man with the insight to understand that in this country we have a problem, and that problem is running away from our problem. This is a man who is standing 10 toes down and fighting for what he believes in, and unfortunately, he's facing a price for that. So again, I'm hoping for the best. Just understand that this community is with you guys today, and we're going to be with you guys going forward. I thank you guys for being here. I hope that you guys remain strong through this entire process, and understand that we are going to tirelessly work hard to get Dexter home, make his name known out there, and he'll be up there with one of the good civil rights greats. So I appreciate you guys being here, and thank you again.
And we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We are so grateful for your efforts and for all the Dexter supporters out there.
Yep.
We are really, really very grateful. So thank you again.
Special prayer for you guys tonight.
Yeah, again, thanks for all the love, the prayers, the support.
And we'll convey that to his daughter as well, because she's a huge supporter of her father.
Good.
So we
good.
are
And
hopeful to that the outcome would be good. Sorry.
I want to piggyback off something that Carl said, and this is a conversation that I had with Dexter on a phone call while he was incarcerated currently. And I understand what he's saying. He said he doesn't want this to be for naught. Dexter's a brave man. He's willing to sit in prison. He's willing to stand on his conviction, as Carl says, with 10 toes down. There's not many men that are willing to sacrifice like that. But he wants this not to be a sacrifice in vain, that there's some changes. And I want you to know that Carl, myself, everybody that's watching on this live feed are working diligently to try to make some change in the state of New York to get these laws changed and make it, as Dexter has coined, not an administrative state. This is the United States of America. Individuals have the right to be free. They have certain individual rights that are enshrined in our Bill of Rights, and the Second Amendment is one of those. We are working hard to try to mobilize and motivate folks in New York State to change their state laws and to let people there live free like Americans are meant to be free. So, in Dexter, honestly, we get him into spaces, and I would say that he holds church, because once he gets going, you fall into it, and you can't ignore what he says, because it is just the stark truth hitting you in the face. And the one thing we want to do is to make sure that his message gets out, even if he is behind mortar and brick. We want his message to get out, and we don't want this sacrifice that he's doing to be in vain. And we're working very hard at that, both in raising money for it and trying to get the word out. I'm in Texas. Carl's in Florida. A lot of these folks that are on this call now are in different states, but we are focusing our efforts the best we can to reach people in New York to try to help be a change and change the New York State Assembly and the Senate House there to have laws that are more in line with our U.S. Constitution, which makes us free. But I did want you to know that we are not ignoring the fact that one of Dexter's biggest concerns is that this sacrifice that he's doing is not for nothing, and we're doing everything we can to try to move that cause along.
Thank you so much. I hope that God gives you the strength and the will to continue doing it. So it wouldn't be for no other Dexter himself hopes. We all hoping for the same thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Hey, Busy, what's your plans when the proceeding starts? Are you going to go into the courtroom?
Yeah, more than likely.
Okay. We're sitting at, looks like 10:17 your time. Kingdom, do we want to, let's roll through a couple of commercial breaks so we can get those out of the way.
Before we do, I'd like to see if we can possibly, I've personally been in this situation before, that if you can go back to the Taylor family, I've personally been in this situation before. And if you're the one that's in this, or your loved one is in this, you can say what you want to, but you're not in that situation. When you're in that situation, it's so helpless. It's one of those but God moments where only he can intercede here, soften the hearts, and really, count on him to bring you the outcome. And I'd like to see if maybe the Taylor family would like to share a prayer that we can all come into agreement together with. Do you have a prayer that you would like to share with us?
This is stuff I might get emotional, but trying to be strong for Dexter. So, Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with heavy hearts. But Lord, we have victory on our minds. Father, we, like everything else, we just give this up to you. We lay everything at your feet. Lord, we surrender all to you. We pray that you take charge of this matter, Lord, that you give Dexter the strength, Lord, to carry on. Lord, we understand the fight that he's fighting. Lord, help him to know that we support him. Lord, we thank you. We thank you for Dexter. Dexter is such an important person in our family and in the lives of so many. So Lord, we pray you continue to use him. We pray that you continue to bless him. We pray that you continue to be with our family, bind us together, Lord. Lord, we pray for the best possible results today. We pray, Lord, that if possible, we know all things are possible through you, that Dexter could walk away from this, Lord, with a slap on the wrist. We know he doesn't deserve prison time. We know that he's not deserving of a sentence, Lord. Certainly not something long term. We know that he did this with all good thoughts and good intentions, Lord, and he truly doesn't deserve to be imprisoned. Lord, his family needs him. We know that his daughter needs him. We know that Naomi loves her dad, and this is a time in her life where she, as a young teenager, where she needs her dad most. And we pray, Lord, that he's there. Lord, that they're there for each other, and they continue, Lord, to know you and to love you. Lord, we pray for everyone that is on this call, everyone that is supporting Dexter, that is supporting this cause, Lord. We pray, Lord, for change, for positive changes. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Busy? It struck a nerve here, man. He needs it right now. Yep, definitely needs it. Well, like I said, hoping for the best and expecting the worst. So, I just want to remind y'all that Dexter is ready and willing, and seems like he really wants to take it on, however it comes. Oh, that was fast.
We have a message from the Range Minded podcast. He wanted to let you know that he loves you guys and his heart goes out to you and your family. And I think that we all share this sentiment. You just made a grown man cry.
Busy, I sent you a text message. See if you can make that happen. That would be pretty good. And by the way, guys, we have shot up. We started this with like 74 people watching. We're climbing like a slot machine now at 202 watching this live. That's that many people that care about what's going on with Dexter and what's happening in that New York City courtroom there today and his family.
Yeah.
I love to hear that. I love to see that people are tuning in to support our friend. This is a very important issue, not just to the Second Amendment community, but to anyone who stands on the principle of freedom and justice. What Dexter is going through is an injustice, and we have to start looking at the people that we elect with a closer eye, because they are the reason why he's going through this situation right now. The elected officials of New York who are not listening to their people. You know, when the people of New York want to feel safe and protected, it should be their responsibility to protect themselves, not a state like New York becoming a administrative state, as Dexter will call them.
Yeah.
Hanging out on the wrong floor. You're the guy who was handing out the flyers and
Yeah.
I saw you on Twitter.
Oh,
My name's
wow.
Monica. I'm a nobody on Twitter. I don't even tweet.
It's good to meet you.
Nice
Oh my
to meet
God.
you
Thank
as
you
well.
for showing up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was just very
Yeah.
glad the case.
Hey, Busy, who do we have there? Is that one of our ex-friends?
Yeah. Well, do you mind introducing? It's Joe Lanu on here.
Who?
Joe Lanu.
Yeah, I'm like a.
Okay, she's someone that I was handing out flyers at Beacon, and she was moved by the case. Yeah.
Ask her if she minds being on camera or wanted to say a few words about this.
She does mind. Yeah, she does mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
She's
no worries,
never heard
Busy.
of Joe
That's
But
there's a lot of folks that hadn't heard of Joe Lanu out there. But I will say that Busy, that your efforts are paying off, my friend. You're living up to your tag as a busybody, because you've really worked your tail off to make this happen. We appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks, man.
And I did hear an update that still no news on Busybody's girlfriend, who's still missing.
Yeah, Busy, you want to talk about that?
Not really, at all at the moment.
All right.
I'll definitely talk about it later, but there hasn't been much of an update other than what I said last night. You know, police don't want to help. It's just, it became a game of, you know, who's responsible for doing what, and we don't want to be the ones to do it. You know, that's what it is. You know? But yeah.
And Busy, we definitely also want to point out a few other things. Our friend Carl Wagner, anyone who's ever heard Carl Wagner speak, I mean, this guy, I just love listening to every word he says. He wanted to say that his prayers are with the family, with the Dexter Taylor family. So to make sure we say that. And Burton Cully, you know, he wanted to send his affirmation about the prayer and say that he's also with the family as well.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
Well, they're listening. They're not actually on a audio feed, so they're sending messages, and we're posting them on so that everyone that's watching the feed can see their comments. But we wanted the family to know that they're the well wishes that are coming their way.
It's not just the people speaking. There's just comments after comments after comments coming in saying these things. We're just verbalizing these comments.
Yeah, deeply appreciated. Yeah. Yeah. If y'all want, do you still want to talk to them? Or?
We just have a lot of appreciation for what you guys are doing. I mean, you can barely, we have a lot of appreciation. I mean, what else to say? Dex is a great guy, if I may say so myself. So many people, because of his generosity and his caring nature, your willingness to help people all the time. It doesn't matter who, he would reach out to help. You know, so he's always been that person. And he's a funny guy, he's a prancer, you know. And just so many people are heartbroken, heartsick at what is happening to him right now. And just hoping for the best, hoping that we would have him home with us. His daughter, you know, her papa, she called him papa. She wants him home. She wrote a letter, character letter, telling the judge to send him home. You know, but Dex strong, and you know, he's prepared for the fight. Because he's just prepared to do whatever he has to do, whatever he can do to you know, for the cause. And we hope that we know you guys are going to be successful, because we all are not going to give up on the fight, you know. So, and we appreciate that. I mean, just so much appreciation for you guys. Yeah, I think they're getting ready to go in now. I think they're getting ready to go in now. So
Thank you, Miss Taylor. We don't want to take up any of your time. I know you guys have a lot on your mind, and we don't want to distract you from that. But thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and allowing us to spend a little time with you before the proceeding. Thank you.
yeah, and thank you so much. I know you guys are different states and what have you, but my heart, my love goes out to all of you. Me and my husband, my nephew, my sister. You know, all love goes out to all of you. All right, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Where's Busy? Buddy. Oh.
So, you know, what it is that you know, I just happened to hear about him on Infowars. You know,
I didn't even know they talked about that.
yeah, Owen Schroyer talked about him. So I found out about him through Owen Schroyer, and then I'm like, yo, he from where I'm from? Like, I'm not from here. I'm actually from Poughkeepsie. You know, that's funny that When you said Beacon, I'm like, wait, I was from that place.
Just because I saw your tweet.
Oh, the tweet.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's the only reason.
So, yeah, all right, looks like they're calling us up into the courtroom now. But
Busy, see if you can do what I sent you that text on, and we'll catch up with you when the proceeding's over.
I'm gonna turn the thing all the way down, and I'm gonna just put it in my pocket.
Sounds good.
How's everybody holding up right now?
I'll tell you from my perspective, it's a little apprehension. I'm nervous. I didn't like hearing the fact that that the prosecution was asking for 10 years. I was hoping we would be landing on the.
I'm gonna try to mute this feed coming in from him.
So out of like the thousands of cases,
I'm kind of with you on that one, Joe. I was kind of surprised.
Yes.
They don't want phones.
So they're asking for 10 years, the prosecution?
Where they say busy, they don't want phones.
Yeah, they don't want phone in the courtroom here.
Yeah. So don't give them
I
the
gotta
phone.
actually turn in my phone. Yeah, they're making us all.
I tell you what, busy. We're going to go to some other programming. Probably have a little conversation here while you guys are in there. But when you come back out, let's link up again and give us an update on how it went, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great work, my friend. Great work.
Awesome, busy. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Doing the Lord's work. Stay strong out there, man.
Kingdom, I'm gonna go ahead and there we go. Let's take him off the stage. Let him do
him.
what he's got to do.
He's off.
I don't want him to get in any trouble. As much as I'd like to be sitting in that courtroom and hear what's going to happen, and it could be a few minutes. It could take a little while for this. They should hear. For those of you who've never been to a sentencing hearing, what you're going to find is. The prosecution is going to give an opening statement. The defense is going to give an opening statement. They'll probably allow Dexter to speak on his behalf, and also character witnesses at that point. If there was any victim, they'd have victim impact statements. But lo and behold, there is no victim in this crime because Dexter Taylor harmed no one, injured no one, assaulted no one, threatened no one. So there is no one to stand up and give a victim statement for this, unless, of course, maybe some state assembly members want to come down and talk about how horrified they were that a man would manufacture and build his own traditional firearms like they've been doing in this country prior to 1776. Maybe that's the victim statement they'll put up for us.
Yeah, what you got, Carl?
Man.
I got a little choked up during the prayer when Mom was praying, or his brother was his cousin.
Was it?
His
I
cousin,
think it was
I
his
think.
cousin.
Yeah, she said it's his cousin. His cousin was praying and everything. I mean, that was just super, super emotional, knowing what they're about to go through. And for Busybody, I had him when he was out in the steps of the courtroom, and when he was going through security, and he's sitting there yelling at the top of his lungs about, the Dexter Taylor case and trying to bring awareness. And there was only like 2 or 3 people there. And even when he was going through security, I mean, this whole thing has been great to, not just talk about it, but to actually see it in real time happening and be experiencing it. And, for the people who've been passionately following this story, to see it unfold and to have someone that actually went in there and cared enough to show us a live feed, I thought that was great for Busybody.
No, it's what Busybody is doing is 100% a great effort. Given all of the circumstances of the things that he's going through in his life, he's still out there advocating on behalf of Dexter. This day carries a heavy weight for his friends, but especially for his family and his daughter. if the prosecution is asking for 10 years, man, that's ridiculous in my opinion. You know, this whole thing is ridiculous. He shouldn't be going through this process in the first place. But to ask for 10 years, you're essentially saying that you believe this man is a threat, and he clearly isn't. Um, you know, I know we haven't known Dessa for a long time, but we understand the man's character, at least. And from his character, he does. I don't believe this man would ever hurt a fly. He's a very passionate man, and being passionate about something doesn't equal violence, doesn't equal criminal activity. To ask for 10 years, you're trying to make him into a political prisoner, which I believe he is. Um, it's very important that we hold our elected officials accountable. And, you know, we need the people, if anybody in this who's listening to this chat right now, that's in the New York area, we need you guys to hold these elected officials accountable for a miscarriage of justice. Make your voices known to these people. Protest. Call up your local radio stations. Call up your local news outlets. There's a microphone and a camera. We need you guys to go out there and speak Dester's name. Make his name known to the people in that area, and make your outrage known to the people in that area. And these elected officials will be held accountable for what they're doing. No man, no woman, no citizen should ever go through what Dexter is going through for simply embracing a hobby that is Second Amendment related. There's too many people out there who are feeding into propaganda that simply owning a gun that has been associated with a mass shooting means you are a bad person. Dexter wasn't doing anything with these firearms, and I'm sure it was mentioned that he never even fired it. The first time these firearms was actually fired was by law enforcement. Dexter had these guns in his house. He never advertised it. He never brought it to someone else's attention other than himself and maybe his neighbor. He didn't go out threatening people. He never threatened any law enforcement officers. Nobody's lives was at risk. None. But, you know, there are people who believe that because he owns these firearms and didn't get permission from the government after the fact, after he built it, before this law was passed, that he is, you know, a dangerous person. And, you know, don't fall for that type of propaganda. I own a number of firearms and I live in Florida and I'm not a dangerous person. All of us in here own firearms one way or another, and we're not dangerous people. We're peaceful people. But the government wants to make us all out to be dangerous people, and right now that's just the one that's paying for that because you know he dared to be a Second Amendment advocate. He dared to be someone who challenged New York's uh, authoritarian state. Uh, I'm looking at this situation and I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that this judge grant that's the mercy that she didn't grant in his trial. I'm hoping that she does the right thing and understand and listen to you know who Dexter is as a character, as a man of integrity and great character, great moral character. I'm hoping that she gives him the shortest sentence possible that is mandated by the state of New York. And then I'm hoping that in this process that he can be out on bail, be with his family while he fights this case through the appeals court. But again, in order for us to focus our efforts, we have to focus our efforts on the media. Anywhere there's a microphone, anywhere there's a camera, we need to show up and show out for Dexter. Show his name, speak his name, use the hashtag I stand with Dexter Taylor or Free Dexter Taylor, or come up with your own hashtag with his name in it. So this case can get spread, like what Busybody was doing down there in New York. But we need to focus those efforts, not just in our states, but especially in New York. And that's the only way that something's going to get done. And I won't hold y'all up any longer. I'll land with that.
I appreciate you, Carl. You're listening to a live presentation right here at Dexter Taylor sentencing hearing. As the night court with Joe LaNue and all of these efforts are coming together, there's a new collaboration that's in the future. If you would like to broadcast with us on our live stream, definitely let us know anywhere audio or video can be found. We do have some new commercials. If you would like to sponsor our live feed and our shows, please also respond in kind. But let's break to a few commercials, and then we're going to play some live videos from people who have covered this case as it's been coming up. The next one coming up will be this man who has 49,000 views talking about this case. But first, let's take a look at some of these commercials.
Outside this courthouse in Canton, Massachusetts, supporters swarmed around Karen Reed, charged with murder in the January 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Reed has strenuously denied the allegations.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
Her defense, bare-knuckled and bold, is making national headlines. Her lawyers alleging in court documents that a fellow police officer was involved in O'Keefe's death and colluded with other people in a cover-up.
You're alleging that law enforcement officials in the state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
The couple first dated in their 20s and reconnected more than a decade later in the middle of the pandemic.
So how did you meet up again?
He had reached out to me on Facebook and he said, "Hey, blast from the past, how's things?" And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, yeah, I have the kids now. I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the kids.
He would go to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeve says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation, and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve. And he said, if you can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this.
A few weeks later, they were invited to meet up with some friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. And there, they ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who Reed says O'Keefe looked up to. Albert had led the city's gang unit before commanding the Fugitive Apprehension Team. It was the elite squad responsible for taking down some of the city's most dangerous criminals and featured in the 2013 TNT show, Boston's Finest.
1 minute we're walking around, everything's fine, and then 1 minute it's not fine.
Both times I met Brian Albert, he seemed like the type of person that you'd be surprised he's out socially because he doesn't seem like he ever wants to be there.
But at the bar, Reed says there was an invitation to continue hanging out at Albert's home.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
They drive to the Albert's house. What happens next is disputed.
So I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone.
Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in her car, she became irritated that O'Keefe still hadn't gotten in touch with her. And she drove back to his home where she continued calling him before, she says, she fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning. She then says she woke up before 5 a.m. He still wasn't home. She then started canvassing the neighborhood.
Just going to drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding night.
After 20 minutes of unsuccessful searching, she called John's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, who was also at his house the night before. The 3 women together now headed to Albert's home.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately. And what struck me when I saw him was his mouth was open a little bit and his eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. He died from blunt force trauma and hypothermia. And it wasn't long before Reed became the #1 suspect. Authorities say they had noticed a cracked taillight after they seized her car.
I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my taillight. I said I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your taillight. You're okay. Let's go look for John.
But according to police statements, Jennifer McCabe told authorities that while they were looking for O'Keefe, Reed stated, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" And when O'Keefe's body was discovered, first responders who arrived on the scene say they overheard Reed make other statements.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow and then in his drunkenness passed out?
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had had probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night. That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
Well, they're saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not possible.
3 days after O'Keefe was found dead, investigators arrested Reed for manslaughter. She was eventually indicted on second-degree murder. Investigators reported they found fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper on Reed's vehicle, and that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near O'Keefe's body.
The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car.
In court documents, the prosecution also claims that Reed's blood alcohol level could have been between 0.13 and 0.29%, above the legal limit of 0.08. In addition, they say pieces of Reed's taillight were found on the scene the day O'Keefe's body was discovered. More fragments of that taillight were found the following week, according to Canton police reports, after the snow melted, which revealed more at the scene. But Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, has a different theory about how those fragments of taillight got there.
Those pieces of taillight were placed there after the fact.
You're saying evidence was planted?
The pieces of taillight were planted after the fact.
What does the defense believe actually happened to John after Karen dropped him off?
I think he walked into the house. I think he was confronted, was likely brought down to the basement. I think that confrontation got physical, and he was beaten. He was beaten to a point of unconsciousness.
Jackson argues that the autopsy photos of O'Keefe support his theory and not the prosecution's claim.
Looks like he's been in a fist fight and he's been beaten. He's got some defensive wound bruises on the backs of his hand. He's got this massive laceration on the back of his head, a big giant gash, about 2.5 inches, exactly lateral, going from left to right. 2 black eyes, cut over his right eye, cut over his nose. This was a cover-up that John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside.
But in a statement to ABC News, the prosecution says there was no conspiracy or cover-up. Such claims have been systematically refuted by evidence submitted to Norfolk Superior Court. The prosecution also said that, according to O'Keefe's cell phone GPS records and 11 witness statements, O'Keefe never entered Albert's home, and that a medical examiner found no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight.
There's no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds.
ABC News reached out to attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, but did not hear back by the time of this broadcast. In a previous statement to the Boston Herald, McCabe's attorney said the whole scenario is baseless. Reed is scheduled to appear next in court again in September.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event
A key witness back on the stand.
How long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Diving deeper into that alleged Google search.
I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
As we hear from one woman who was there the morning O'Keefe was found.
When I realized it was him, I ran over and I dug his head out, rubbed the snow.
And another who highlighted a tumultuous trip.
Around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the was that?"
We're breaking it all down right now on Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial.
Wide range of emotions on display in the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse today. Good evening, everyone. I'm JC Monahan. Glenn Jones has the night off. The jury was asked to take in a lot of information today, starting with 2 accounts of the morning John O'Keefe was found in the front yard of 34 Fairview Road. Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts were with Karen Reed that morning looking for O'Keefe. McCabe first took the stand last Friday. Today, the defense wrapped up its cross-examination. Then Carrie Roberts was called to testify. She was good friends with O'Keefe and his family. 2 women, each of them sharing their version of that morning with Karen Reed. Joining us live now with details from court is our Kirsten Glavin. Kirsten.
JC, both key witnesses here described watching Karen Reed run directly over to where John O'Keefe was, despite his body being fully covered in snow. They indicated that she already knew he was there. Finishing her cross-examination, Jennifer McCabe questioned about her Googling the misspelled question, "How long to die in the cold?" the morning John O'Keefe was found dead in the snow.
How long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Reed's defense team pointing to McCabe's phone extraction that showed it was first searched at 2:27 a.m., hours before anyone had found his body. Data shows the search was then deleted.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
McCabe later detailing the harassment she's received since that search was made public. She finished on the stand, reiterating that Reed pointed out O'Keefe's body covered in snow as they pulled up to the house on Fairview Road.
I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Carrie Roberts next to testify, also recounting the search for O'Keefe that morning.
Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house.
Roberts shown ring video of her, Reed, and McCabe checking O'Keefe's house first.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed.
Then noticing Reed's broken taillight.
Piece was sort of sticking out, and I thought someone's going to catch the sleeve on that or something.
As the three pulled up to Fairview, a harrowing series of events.
And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door. At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
Roberts says Reed was hysterical.
And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him. When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, rubbed the snow.
Laura Sullivan and her sister Marietta, the last to take the stand. They were among a group of 30 who vacationed with O'Keefe and Reed in Aruba 1 month prior, detailing an alleged fight between the two.
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
The sisters testifying Reed accused O'Keefe of kissing Marietta, which she denies, explaining they hugged and that this was Reed's reaction.
I hear someone yell, "Who the was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman.
After a confrontation,
she very loudly told me to go myself across the lobby. And I said, yeah, you too, and walked away.
Outside of court, Reed responding.
There was a small issue, and that was the extent of it.
Now, there is no court tomorrow, but there is court scheduled for Friday with Brian Higgins expected to take the stand. Now, Reed's attorneys were asked outside of court today what to expect in that testimony. Their response, fireworks. JC.
Kirsten, thank you for that recap. Back in studio with us tonight is our legal analyst, Michael Coyne. All right, Michael, let's circle back to the first two. Jen McCabe still on the stand. Then Carrie Roberts comes on the stand. Basically, two women. They were with Karen Reed. They're basically telling the same stories, some slight differences, but there was a tonal difference between the two of them. How did it come across to you?
I think Carrie Roberts supported Jen's testimony, and I think Jen stood up very strongly on cross. I mean, I think we have to put it in perspective. The defendant is represented by two experienced homicide prosecutors in their past lives. The fact is that Alan Jackson is a rock star lawyer, as well as David Yannetti. He has convicted Phil Spector of homicide, and he got Kevin Spacey's charges dropped when all these keyboard warriors who are involved today were saying that he should go to jail for 20 years. It should have been a match like the Celtics playing the Little Sisters of the Poor. That's not what happened here. She held her own. Whether you believe her or not, she spoke her truth, and she held that ground. And that's pretty tough for a mom from Canton compared to these rock star lawyers who represent the defendant. So I think you have to credit her testimony. If at some point this case turns around and somehow the prosecution is able to get a guilty verdict on the vehicular manslaughter, I think we'll look for the days from the McCabe testimony forward to see where the evidence really started to land.
Well, it does feel that way. I'm obviously watching from afar, but it does feel like the prosecution is now picking up a little bit of speed. One of the things Jennifer McCabe really got to hit home was about the harassment that her family and friends have endured, as she said, for the last year, 2 years. Matter of fact, if it's okay, let's play a little clip from that and then we'll talk about it.
Sure. Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down.
I mean, you can feel and hear her passion, but in terms of testimony, is this distracting or is this helping either side, prosecution or defense?
It helps the prosecution. It humanizes the witnesses who have been put on trial here. They are not facing criminal charges. The problem is it does create sympathy for the witnesses. And how relevant is it? That's what the defendant will argue. And it'll give them another issue on appeal, that this really sort of pollutes the jury's mind, that the witnesses are sympathetic and gives them more credibility than clearly Ms. Reed would like them to have.
And the defense did object earlier on, but the door, as the judge said, was open, and so they can talk about the harassment. One last thing I wanted to ask you about is two sisters got up. They talked about a vacation in Aruba where they met Karen Reed, and they're longtime friends of John O'Keefe. But the instructions to the jury, can you just tell us about that? They were very, very specific about what you are allowed to glean from what they said.
Yeah, because a lot of what took place is hearsay, generally inadmissible evidence. And why is it relevant? If they're saying that this is the motivation for her taking such serious steps to kill him, to end his life, was that their relationship was bad. They were separating. They met again during COVID. COVID's now over. They're ready to move on. That's what the argument as to why it's relevant, but it's marginally relevant at best, and it does cast her in a very bad light. Again, the defendant would argue that this is unduly prejudicial with respect to what it provides, and it creates sympathies for the prosecution witnesses.
Michael's not going anywhere. We're not wrapping up yet. Coming up next on Canton Confidential, our courtroom insider, Sue O'Connell, joins us about how the courtroom reacted to tearful testimony and those tense moments as well. Stay with us.
The Celtics are in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think you can feel the excitement
Before they tip off against the Pacers.
What's up? It's Celtics Post Up. Tom Giles, Chris Forsberg.
Watch NBC Sports.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They want you silent. And I am the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job.
It was a hectic scene in front of Brian and Nicole Albert's home in Canton, Massachusetts on the morning of January 29th. Police, firefighters, and paramedics all responding because Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the ground in the snow. Officer O'Keefe had spent the prior evening bar hopping downtown. The Alberts were hosting an after party and had invited John and his girlfriend, Karen Reed. Karen never went inside. She says she dropped John off and went back to his house, then woke up early and began frantically looking for him. Prosecutors say Karen is the one who killed John. They say she ran him over with the back of her car on purpose because their relationship had soured and she was filled with jealous rage. Karen says that's not true and believes it was actually the people inside the house who ambushed John and then framed her for his murder. Tonight we have the latest from court. Then our body language expert will take a look at the testimony. Are witnesses telling the truth or are there signs of deception? We'll break it down as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. When you think about what happened that morning, this was a very unusual crime scene. Very unusual. We cover a lot of murder trials here on Court TV. We've seen a lot of photos from crime scenes. We've seen a lot of videos from crime scenes, body camera video, dash cam video, etc. And usually there's a victim, there's crime scene tape, and it's a very controlled situation. That's not what we saw here. That's not even close to what happened here. Now, there's several factors going into all of this, Yeah, there was a blizzard that was coming down. The weather was not great, but still, you had a police officer lifeless on the front yard of a home. Yet, this crime scene was not what you would necessarily expect it to look like. Now, there were police everywhere, right? Police at the scene, Canton police, eventually Massachusetts State Police come in as well. But there's also police like everywhere. In the house, the Albert house, there are police. Across the street, there's a lieutenant who's got the red Solo cups where the blood evidence is put into. There's officers living in the neighborhood, in their homes. In the home, where the front lawn is, are police officers. I mean, police are everywhere in this story, in this case. Yet, despite that, still, I go back, the crime scene, very unusual. And let's talk about the most important police officer who's there, and that's John O'Keefe. He's the victim here. And John O'Keefe is on the ground, this Boston police officer. And it's his death that needs to be investigated. It's his death that's got to be figured out by everyone that is there. So why is this an unusual crime scene? You would think, in the case of a fallen police officer, that things might even be amped up a little bit in terms of how we are going to run this crime scene and how we're going to run this investigation. And regardless of what you think about what happened that day, this is a problem. Now, I know defense attorneys say this in almost every case, sloppy investigation, et cetera. But in those cases, they're putting up crime scene tape. There's the CSI comes in. It's a very predictable and organized situation. In the Murdoch case, they were trying to argue that it was chaos at the scene, but it really wasn't. It was very normal the way things were handled in that case. This case, a little different, maybe a lot different. And I don't know if it was the blizzard. I don't know what it was. But it was not your standard crime scene involving the death, and in this case, of a Boston police officer. So that brings us to the ultimate question in this case for Karen Read. Was she set up or was she caught? Those are the two choices that the jury is really going to have here, right? Either she's caught murdering her boyfriend, caught by an admission that she allegedly made, caught by the damage on her car, caught by the evidence that is left on John O'Keefe's body. Either she's caught by all of that, or she is set up by the people in the house, by responding officers, the police that are everywhere, working together to cover up one set of potential suspects to point the finger directly at her. That's the choice for this jury. Another big day up in Massachusetts. Here are some of the biggest moments from inside that courtroom.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of the report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Get your free copy of my new best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate Investing for Beginners. All you have to do is click on the link below and a copy will be sent to you instantly. Hi, I'm Peter Harris. I'm the author of this book. I'm also the author of one of the most successful
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on the face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th.
Appear to see blood drops here in the snow, as well as the glass protruding from the snow. Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard. Was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and in need.
And you engaged in that fight?
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight?
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a co-worker?
Yes.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lang, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And joining us now, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, joining us live outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. Matt, great to see you tonight. Let's talk about that witness, Lieutenant Michael Lang. Tell me about his testimony today.
Right, Vinny, nice to see you as well. Michael Lang with Canton PD. He's a lieutenant. He is a big witness for the Commonwealth, and he had a big moment in court today that we just played right there. All eyes in the courtroom went over to that witness stand. And remember, the jury, the 17 that are hearing the case right now, they haven't seen much evidence in person. Well, he was handed an evidence box. It had red tape on it. He goes inside, pulls out a bag, and inside that bag, he's using gloves. He pulls out a broken cocktail glass. And he describes to the jury that this was found within feet of O'Keefe's body at the crime scene. And then he also talks about those red plastic pieces that were collected at the crime scene. These were two key pieces of evidence that the Commonwealth had to get in. Now, on the flip side, he also talked about his relationship with the Alberts and indiscretions, according to the defense team, saying that he actually had a situation where he was accused of police misconduct because he helped out Brian Albert's brother, Chris Albert.
Now, Matt, there was also a welfare check that was done for John's house for the kids, his sister's children that he had been taking over because his sister passed away, sister's husband passed away. He's raising these children, and a welfare check was done.
Right. And this is something that this whole community knew Officer O'Keefe for, is the fact that he brought in his niece and nephew, adopted them after his sister and his brother-in-law had died of cancer. So the chief of police at the time and other people were concerned about the children after John O'Keefe was found dead, or he was pronounced dead at the hospital. So a welfare check was done on his property at his house over at 1 Meadows Avenue. And then they played the video that the officer had, Officer Lieutenant Charles Ray with Canton PD, who was doing that welfare check. They played the video, the dash cam, of him pulling into the driveway where you can see Karen Reed's SUV, and prosecutors pointed out her SUV and the taillights. They didn't get into that testimony just yet. And then you could also see his unit, his car, that was also in that driveway. And what we're expecting next when he's back on the stand tomorrow, more testimony about the taillight. Did he see it cracked? And what did the children say? The niece and nephew, who are on the state's witness list, who are expected to testify about the breakdown of the relationship between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed leading up to his death.
And Matt, that video also interesting because, yeah, you do see John O'Keefe's SUV. So if Karen Reed smashed into his car and cracked her taillight, like the defense says, is there any damage to his taillight in the driveway? I would think the jury would want to see that as well on that video. Let's get to one other point here now. We're watching a lot of these police witnesses, all the responders that came, and that's pretty normal in most cases, but here it's different because these responders in one fashion or another are being accused of not being truthful, of perhaps conspiring in all of this. But how about the people in the house? Do we have any idea right now when the people who were inside the house that night will be taking the stand?
For a woman accused of killing her police officer boyfriend is underway in Boston. Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in a fellow police officer's yard in the snow 2 years ago. Police say Karen Reed ran him over and left him there to die. Reed's defense says she's being framed in a cover-up meant to protect a group of well-connected people. More witnesses set to take the stand today. Joining me now, a blogger and independent journalist who has been covering the story from the beginning, Aidan Kearney, also known as Turtle Boy. Aidan, you have published more than 300 articles on Reed's case. Your YouTube channel gets millions of views. This is one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you. You've been invested in this story from the beginning. Tell us how you did you first learned of Reed's story and why you chose to get so involved.
I first learned of the Reed story when I heard about a woman doing a Google search, a woman named Jennifer McCabe doing a Google search at 227 for how long to die in cold when she believed that John O'Keefe was allegedly back at home sleeping. I then did a deep dive and read all the court filings, particularly Alan Jackson's 92-page affidavit filed in April of 2023, and couldn't believe what I was reading. Normally, I'm pretty skeptical of conspiracies and cover-ups and whatnot, but the evidence in this was undeniable. I've never seen anything like it. It was a huge story. I honestly thought it would be one story and done, that the charges would be dropped against Karen Reed because the evidence is overwhelming that she's being framed. But the district attorney's office just kind of put their foot on the gas pedal and doubled down. And ever since then, we've uncovered more and more corruption and cover-up in this case.
And as you continued to dig, you ended up facing charges yourself, including witness intimidation. And you've even gone to jail to keep your sources in confidence secret. What's the deal behind that?
Yeah, that's correct. So in Massachusetts, they've attempted to call old school journalism witness intimidation now. I've gone up to several of the quote unquote witnesses in this case who the evidence shows were actually should be suspects in this case because they were involved in the murder of John O'Keefe. And I've asked them questions. For instance, I went up to Jennifer McCabe and I asked her, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning? I called Michael Proctor and I left a voicemail for him. And I asked him why he didn't disclose that he is good friends with the homeowners whose lawn John O'Keefe's body was found on. And they called that witness intimidation. You're apparently not allowed to ask questions to witnesses in a murder case, even when evidence shows that they are clearly involved in a cover-up. So they've basically, I mean, the First Amendment is under attack here in Massachusetts with this witness intimidation statute. I was charged with, I don't even know, 16 felonies. I've lost count. There's a whole lot of felonies they've charged me with for journalism. And they revoked my bail on December 26th, and I went to jail for 60 days. I've never been convicted of a crime, and I did 60 days in jail. And you're right, I could have gotten out whenever I wanted in jail by taking a plea, but I refused to because the First Amendment matters, and Karen Reed is 100% factually innocent, and this is something I'm willing to, not give up on.
Aiden, I don't want to run out of time before I ask you two things that just pop out at me immediately. What has been the response from her family, who I assume also believe in her innocence? And what are the 3 takeaways you want people at home to know as they continue to follow the story along with you?
Well, Karen Reed's family has been supportive of her. And, I've had contact with them here and there. They seem like a really nice family. 3 takeaways that you can take away from this is that, number 1, Karen Reed is 100% innocent. Number 2, the FBI is investigating the investigators. The Michael Proctor is under internal affairs investigation. That never happens, where the FBI investigates the state police in a murder investigation. And so we're probably going to see indictments down the line. And number 3, the First Amendment is under attack in the state of Massachusetts because of this unconstitutional witness intimidation statute, which is being weaponized by those who hold power in order to silence an award-winning journalist for simply asking questions.
Aiden Kearney, Turtle Boy, I want to tell you that we here definitely believe that truth in journalism is the best disinfectant. Continued success with your investigation there, and let us know how it turns out.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to click that red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
The woke left is financing Trey Wharton's campaign because Wharton let radical transgender ideas.
Jailhouse gets empty. Rudy gets plenty. The baton stick gets shorter. Rudy gets
Keith the night that they were out drinking. So she's going to be one of the star witnesses that we're waiting to hear from. She was in that house, and she could be testifying soon.
All right, Matt Johnson live in Dedham tonight. Another big day. Thanks so much, Matt. Great to see you. We'll speak again tomorrow, obviously. Let's bring in a special guest joining us right now in Massachusetts. Criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr. is back with us. All right, Joseph, let me ask you about the people inside the house. When it is time to take the stand and testify, is it important for the prosecution? Do you think they actually call them, or do they wait for the defense to try to call them? Is there anything that they need to, like, how is that going to go? Does the prosecution go on the defense already and try to get those witnesses out there to disprove any sort of conspiracy, or do they wait for the defense to try to prove some sort of conspiracy?
So I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Look, I think today was a very, very difficult day for the Commonwealth. You essentially had information that Proctor, who was this conflicted out state trooper, handed off the most integral, important part of the initial stages of the investigation to a police department that had, quote, perceived bias and was ill-equipped, ill-trained, and ill-prepared to do the investigation. I think that came out pretty powerfully. So the defendant opened up with the word that it was a frame job in the opening statement. And now I think it's been a difficult couple of days. So the Commonwealth is going to have to call at least, I think, Brian Albert, because his name has been mentioned a lot. I think they're probably going to have to call Jen McCabe and maybe Brian Higgins. Strategically, they may call other witnesses to say, I was in there, never saw John O'Keefe, never saw a fight. I was in there, nothing happened. Or they may hold back and use them in rebuttal. But certainly, there's been enough of that theme consistent throughout that we're going to hear from some of those civilians in the House. Now, the defense, when it's their turn, Might call some, might call none, but I think they'd be smarter to play it down the middle like they've been playing it and focus on Proctor. What I think is shaping up, not a cover-up to, not a conspiracy to cover up a murder, but perhaps a conspiracy amongst law enforcement to kind of minimize what would surely be terrible PR fallout about a bunch of officers out drinking on a snow night, and lo and behold,
and then responding to the scene. Great point.
Right, exactly.
Joseph Krowski Jr. staying with us. We've got more to get to. We're going to take a look at some of the body language of the witnesses. Is there anything that shows possible deception? Plus, coming up next hour.
When Lori's children were reported missing, law enforcement started taking a much closer look at what was going on. Tonight, more insight into the doomsday world of Chad and Lori with secret recordings.
Did law enforcement end up asking for your assistance?
Yes.
As part of that, did they ask you to record conversations?
Yes.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious. After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The Killer or Cover-Up Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
Late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself.
Allegations of perjury by the defense. Wow. That's a big accusation, but I think it's the basis of the whole case is that people aren't being honest about what really happened here. So let's take a little closer look right now. Still with me, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr. and joining us, jury consultant, human behavior expert Susan Constantine. Thank you both. All right, let's watch a little bit of Katie McLaughlin's testimony, the one who's been accused of perjury. And it really, I think, this part of her testimony is what they're talking about, which is her relationship with Caitlin Albert, who is the daughter of the homeowner where John O'Keefe's body is found. So let's watch it and then tell me if you see anything that indicates deception.
Ms. McLaughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
So do you know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
Okay, Susan, it looks like there's a lot there. What are you seeing?
Why didn't you just say that she, right out front, why didn't you just say that she was friends with him or acquaintance with him? Why did she have to skirt around that? That bothered me a little bit. You know, she's a little bit nervous, which you would expect someone to be, especially when the spotlight is on her. This is not a comfortable place for her to be. But I didn't see any overt deceptive indicators. We look for them in clusters and attached to a stimulus. So hers was really very more expressive, some frustration, some questioning. Her, her body language is leaning forward. So she is in what we call a truth zone and how she's responding. So I think it's what we're looking at is more some emotional displays that she's feeling inward, but I don't think that she's being out and out deceptive.
All right, Joseph, Susan, let's watch now the testimony. This is really the important part. This is the testimony where she's talking about an alleged confession made by Karen Reed. Let's watch this.
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was like just kind of following her. And then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
All right, before we hear your analysis, Susan, Joseph, from your perspective, right? You've been in the trenches for 25 years doing this. Is this a strong witness?
Look, you got to imagine being in the courtroom. It's much different than watching it on TV and monitors. The stress and the pressure and the tension is palpable. And this is not a professional witness, right? It's an EMT. So the defense did what they're supposed to do, right? They went after what they perceived to be the weakest point, is the bias. I didn't think it was necessarily a bombshell. I think I said this before. Saying your acquaintances, well, maybe not the best answers. Really a textbook definition of what she is. She's in a friend group with her, hadn't seen her a lot. They were acquaintances. Unlike some of the police witnesses who certainly appear more biased, she seemed to maintain her composure, and her demeanor was fairly even-tempered. Now, the judge is going to tell the jury, it's not just what a witness says, it's how they say it, and it's fair game to judge their demeanor. So, you know, I thought she was a pretty good witness for the Commonwealth.
Okay, Susan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's one area that I wanted to point out, and it was regarding the trauma. Right before that, when she was asked the question about something significant, and then she talked about the trauma. You saw an eye shutter, which is where the eyes close. You see a clenched jaw, which is really interesting. You see this tension that builds right up at the very end of that statement, and then she swallows right after it. I want to know more why that hot spot was there, because tension is an indicator of some sort of intense stressor. I want to know why she's feeling that at that exact moment, because she didn't show that throughout some of her other comments. So this was significant. That definitely was a hot spot. I want to know more.
And clearly her most important testimony in the case, by far. Okay, there was another firefighter who responded, Anthony Flamati. He's I think the head of the paramedics there. He also allegedly heard a confession. Let's watch him.
If you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead.
The only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him.
Susan, what do you think of him?
Okay, so there's, first of all, it jumps from we to I. So I think that there's a collaboration of opinion, and they must have talked between some of the police officers, because he switched from we to I. It should have been, I, we, so myself and others. So I'm a little concerned about that. The other thing is that his eyes are straight ahead. Sometimes just goes from side to side. So he's talking about what he heard. So that would be consistent with something as auditory. The thing is, he's got some small little, what we call exasperation. You can see this kind of in his corner dimplers right here. So, but overall, that is not significant enough, Vinny, for me to say that he's being deceptive. I think exasperated, I think frustrated, but I do think that there is a collaboration between all of those witnesses, that they're kind of sticking to the same story.
All right, Joseph Krosky, I'll give you the final word on this. We have about 40 seconds.
Just quick, I want to be respectful to your guest, but this is really pseudoscience. This isn't admissible in court.
It's not admissible
this
in court, but trust me. Trust me, we got a track record here.
Right, but it's not peer reviewed, and there's a reason it's not admissible in court. You have to know not just the physiology, but people react different under different circumstances. So it's just too imprecise. So I caution reading too much into someone clenching a jaw or blinking an eye or overlapping or inversing an I or a we. And that's no disrespect to your guest, but I just think the Proctor testimony was a lot more compelling that came out, that he called off state police from showing up to the scene today.
Gotcha. Susan, I got to give you a response there, obviously.
Okay, so I would really suggest you take my course in how to spot a liar in 7 seconds or less, because it's deeply rooted with the American Psychological Association manual about this big, breaking it all down. But I respect my colleague. Bless you, my friend.
And we can disagree without being disagreeable. Yeah. That's why I love Joseph Krause Jr. and Susan Constantine. Thank you both so much. When we come back, perhaps some more disagreements on the program as we take a look at the dash cam. What does it tell us?
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
Fair approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment?
Yes.
And put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced and what you observed and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Correct?
Yes.
That's the first officer to respond to the scene. The first officer. Significant what he hears, what he doesn't hear, what he writes down, what he doesn't write down. I want to show you from his dash cam the moment he is arriving and what you see on that dash cam. This is at 6:09 a.m. You look to the left, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed hunched over. You can see the location of where John O'Keefe is based upon where they are, close to that flagpole, a lot closer to the flagpole than to the fire hydrant that we keep hearing about, which looks like the fire hydrant's the bottom left, a little tip of it you might see there. So I want to roll this video now so you can see what is happening as Officer Asaraf arrives as the first responding officer at 6:09. And I want to bring in our guests joining us right now, Nick Rocco, Kevin Lenahan. Nick Rocco, Karen Reed supporter, Karen Reed expert, and Kevin, the YouTube creator behind the Yellow Cottage Tales. So as we're watching this video together, Nick, what do you see as the significant part of this video, the first video of the scene at 6:09?
Well, Jen McCabe was in the vehicle, and it was Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed who was giving CPR. Jen McCabe was on the cell phone calling 911, and that is how the first 911 call came out. Was we heard John's voicemail, because when Karen was arriving on scene, she was calling John. She sees John outside, she drops the phone, and ultimately it's leaving a voicemail. So it picks up Jennifer McCabe. And after she calls 911, like I said before, she notifies her sister on a 9-second phone call that something's going on outside. So they knew inside the house.
Her sister, who is where? Inside the home?
Inside the house, correct.
Okay. Kevin, as we're watching this video, what do you see as the significant part of what's happening, the dynamics here at the scene from the beginning?
Well, firstly, I don't see anything suspicious on the part of any of these three women here that we could read into this, right? I mean, Karen is obviously hysterical and understandably so. When you go back a little moment before to when you were showing they were approaching, that was interesting because even with the spotlight that the officer is shining, you can barely see those three women over John. So you can imagine that when the three women were coming in the dark, it is kind of surprising that Karen was able to spot them. But I want to just add one more thing. What Nick said here is false. The idea that Jen called inside the house and alerted them, there's no evidence of that at all. The call connected for 8 seconds. That's called voicemail. That's all it is. Jen tried to call her sister twice, understandably, and tried to call her brother-in-law. And then when she couldn't get through to them at 12:34, she goes over into the house and goes up to the second floor and wakes them up. Those calls did not connect.
You hear her speaking to somebody. You hear her.
You do not. Nope. I'll tell you what you hear. I've heard the audio. What you hear is you're listening that is being recorded through Karen's phone lying on the back seat. And yes, you hear Jen's voice trail off, but that's because after she makes the 911 call, she's leaving the car and walking over to the scene with John. So it's the distancing between her and Karen's phone that makes it seem to other people like she's whispering. No, it's just distancing. That's all it is.
So what you two are talking about, I just want to clarify for everyone at home. Nick, you're referencing a recording that is on John O'Keefe's voicemail made by Karen Reed as they're pulling up. She's calling the voicemail, drops the phone, runs out of the car, and that's the recording that picks up what you believe Jennifer McCabe is making phone calls to her sister inside the home.
I mean, she did make the phone call. It's on her phone records. Yeah. She made a call.
Okay, let's get to our next video here. And here you've got on the stand Anthony Flamati. He's a firefighter, Canton Department, the head guy. Let's take a listen to him describing what he did when he got to the scene.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
So CPR was initiated by me and ALS assessment as well.
So initially when you go over to Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the 2 female parties on scene.
Where were the 2 females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to the scene?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to their erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions did you ask in regard to the demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regard to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
Okay, so let's take a look at Officer Sheriff's dash cam, and there's a first responder there to the left. You can see the flagpole, right? That's a landmark there. Performing CPR on John O'Keefe. Karen Reed is over to the right. So as we watch this video, you have first responder doing CPR, then John O'Keefe is ultimately put on a stretcher and taken away. As we watch that video together, the question is, Kevin Lenahan, at what point do you believe Karen Reed spoke to Anthony Flamati?
You know, it's hard to say. There are multiple witnesses, enough witnesses that I don't think there's any question that she said something to that effect. I've never put too much stock into what it meant because she is hysterical. But I think it's important to point out that if you take it in terms of a larger pattern, it might become more meaningful. So, for instance, this past summer, her father on national TV, and this is months after they were trying to promote the third-party culprit theory, her father made a point of saying on national TV after weeks of practicing, preparing for that at the hospital, Karen said, I backed into something. So I think this, to me, really at the heart of what the strategy will be at the end of the day is to try to show that she didn't do it on purpose, because the physical evidence is always going to connect to John's injuries.
Nick, what are your thoughts about this alleged confession made at the scene to Anthony Flamati?
If this man really heard her say that and he did not report it to any...
Nick Rocco, speechless, first time ever. His connection has frozen on us, Kevin. We're going to see if we can defrost that and get him going again. But this video, and I think you make a good point, Kevin, that Karen Reed, regardless of what you think she did or did not do here, is clearly very agitated in a way that it looks like she is the most affected compared to anyone else at the scene that morning.
Yeah, and for all kinds of reasons. She's losing someone she loves, right? If she knows in her mind that she did this, she knows that her future freedom is in jeopardy. So there's all kinds of reasons that she would be hysterical in that moment.
All right, let's get to our next video that we have. And this is Jennifer McCabe. We flash forward now, 6:34 a.m. You see Kerry Roberts, you see Jennifer McCabe. The difference, you need to watch Jennifer McCabe, because as we watch this video, she is then going to go inside the home. Let's take a look at that video as we roll it. And I think Nick is back with us now. If Nick is back with us, Nick, your thoughts here as we watch the image of Jennifer McCabe going into the house. Why is this significant?
Can you hear me, Vinny?
I can hear you. Why?
Right, so
go ahead. Why is Jennifer McCabe going into the house significant?
It's significant because she's going to tell her brother-in-law and sister that, there's this event going outside. And she's in there for about 5 or 6 minutes before all of a sudden the lights come on. And it's convenient because all the fire departments are gone, all the paramedics are gone, and the ones on scene are the Canton Police Department, which have the connections to the Alberts. You have Kevin Albert being a Canton cop. You have Lieutenant Lank, who has helped the Alberts. And not to mention, when Jennifer McCabe started interviewing with Michael Lank, when he came inside that house, her BPM skyrocketed to 122 beats per minute. That is almost a heart attack. I mean, this woman was nervous. 122 beats per minute. That is absurd.
Let's take a look now. We've got 6:39. You mentioned when the light goes on. It's 6:39 a.m. is when the light goes on the Albert home. At that point, Lieutenant Michael Lank is on a phone call that lasts about 5 minutes. I want to take a listen to some of the testimony from Lieutenant Lank about that phone call.
You would agree with me that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
All right, Kevin, I'll begin with you. Are you concerned that he doesn't recall who he was speaking to for 5 minutes on the phone outside of the house?
You can possibly start to build suspicion around something like that, but he said that I could make an educated guess, so he probably has an idea. And I just also want to respond to something that Nick said. So Jennifer's heart rate was absolutely normal at the after-hours party. I think it was about 68 or something like that. It was absolutely normal when she went home and was supposedly making these strange Google searches. It only elevated at the scene where her friend was found dead or dying. So it was completely normal. And it would have been unnormal, it would have been very unnatural if she didn't go into the house to wake up her sister after finding him out there and after being unable to reach them on the phone. She goes into the house at 12:34. The light we see go on there is the porch light. So she's in the house for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the dash cam doesn't have the bedroom window, which is on the far end of the house on the second floor. She goes up in there, wakes them up. My guess is if the dash cam reached that, we'd see the light go on in there. It takes a few minutes to get dressed, and then you come down.
Do we know how she got in the home? Was it locked? Unlocked?
I don't know.
Maybe she has a
I don't
key.
know.
I don't know. I think we're out of time. Are we out of time? We are out of time tonight, folks, but we'll do it again. Nick Rocco, Kevin Lenahan, thank you both so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you again next time.
My name is Aiden Carney, also known as Turtle Boy.
He is the senior editor for Turtle Boy Daily News.
I'm a big fan. We've broken hundreds of stories that the mainstream media won't touch.
Some blogger in Massachusetts who's getting to the bottom of this better than anybody.
Why is it Turtle Boy that is covering such important issues? Where is the rest of the media?
You need to not say that you are going to take my baby out of revenge and make him a transgender baby. Stop it.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do.
I know you do.
People don't like the things that I say and want me to stop saying them, but I won't. I'm never going to stop. These are the kind of stories that must be told.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chopper be singing, should be on the boards. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's good quiet. We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom.
You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boom. What's up, Turtle Riders? How's everyone doing out there tonight? Good, good, excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. Normally we do this on Tuesdays, but Celtics this week, so we got to do it on Wednesday this week, but that's okay. Great game last night, by the way. Great game last night. A little too close for comfort, but Jaylen Brown hit that three with 5 seconds left. Brought it to overtime. You knew we got it there. Time to sweep this team. Go right to the finals. We'll be good. But anyway, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aiden Carney. My Facebook name, better known as Clarence Woods Emerson. You can follow me on there. Old school Turtle Riders call me Uncle Turtle Boy. I prefer Dr. Turtle Boy. It's got a cool ring to it. And if Jill Biden gets to call herself a doctor, then so do I. Some people call me daddy. I get that could be a little weird. You don't have to call me that, but I'm also not going to yell at you if you do. You can call me daddy if you want. I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. and make sure you smash that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Leave a comment afterwards. It all helps the algorithm So hook it up that way. We're back on YouTube today, as you guys can see. In case you didn't know, we got a 1-week suspension because I think I made a poll and I asked who is a bigger piece of shit, Julie Nagel or Katie McLaughlin, and Julie Nagel won, both in mass and in general piece of shitness. So she won that. But I guess you can't do that on YouTube. So we got suspended for a week. We got a strike, as they call it. But that's okay, because we're going to behave now. Now that we know the rules, you can't call anyone a piece of shit. We're not going to call her that anymore. We'll just come up with something else to call her that's degrading, but not piece of shit. That's on the no list. Okay. I mean, she's kind of sucks though. I mean, Julie Nagel sucks. I thought Julie Nagel was going to be a lot cooler, to be honest with you, because she's Ryan Nagel's sister and Ryan Nagel's a cool guy. Straight shooter, helped out Karen Reed a lot, tell the truth. And I just figured she would be cool too. Like maybe nope. Hung out with the McAlberts too much. You hang out with the McAlberts too much, you turn into a piece of, that thing. So, yeah. So we've been gone, but we streamed on Facebook and on Rumble. The good part about the suspension is our Rumble channel, which you guys should all give a follow. Almost is up to 10,000 followers. And I see there's 380 of you Rumble rats over there right now. So that's good to see. How many YouTube we got? We got 3,600 people on YouTube. That's going to go up. And then on Twitter, probably got like close to 2,000 by now, getting up there. So it's going to be dope, man. It's going to be dope. All right, cool. So that's that. If you guys like the program, by the way, and you want to have your message read out loud to the class, you cannot do the normal way that you're used to. And that is, hold on one sec. Pull this up. You can't do super chat because we had the wrong opinion about the vaccine mandate a couple years ago. So I can't take your money on here anymore, but that's okay because we built our own platform. It's called Turtle Chat. If you click at the link at the top, that brings you to something called Turtle Chat. You can donate whatever amount of money you want. And when you do that, you get to write a message. I will get that message in my email. I'll read it out loud to the class and you do it that way. Or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtle Boy. I'll get the notification on my phone and read it out loud to the class. Got a couple Turtle Chats ready to rock here right now. Let me read a couple of them that I haven't. There was some earlier today I didn't get the chance to read. Let's see. We had Roseanne sent $20 and said, I am new to all of this on social media, so please excuse. I am not following the correct instructions or the lack of better word. Thank you. You may know this, but people with MS have outbursts. I have MS and outbursts. Also, Karen is already stressed and sees their boyfriend lying there beaten up. Yeah, I've heard that many times, Roseanne. I've heard that from a lot of people. Karen Reed's outbursts are insignificant, quite frankly, in this whole thing. Stacy sends $5 and says, so proud of you for the exposure of the Free Karen Reed movement. Well, thank you very much, Stacy. Derek sent $25 and says, getting warm in the courtroom, 77% humidity. Turtle Boy for president, 2024. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a little sweaty in there. Felt bad for the jurors today. I was in the first day, which I was in that courtroom for many hours. And I really felt bad for the jurors because they sit there and it's just, I get tired. It's tiring, man. And it's boring. I yawned so much during the Sullivan sisters. I'm like, oh, and Kerry Roberts. It's just boring. And Adam Lowley's boring. And it's not always Alan Jackson against Jen McCabe. It's not always, you're not always going to get that. And I got to be honest. So let me talk the jury. You're allowed to talk about the jury. I'm not doxing anyone, nothing like that. I won't do that. We don't need to do that. People are like, you're intimidating jurors. The fuck are we going to intimidate jurors for? We know they're going to acquit her. Trust me. They see what I'm not worried about the jury. And I would never do that anyway. I believe in our justice system. I believe in the jury system. And I know that this jury is going to acquit Karen Reed because I've seen them. This is an educated jury. Okay. It's 10 white women, right? And there's 5 of them look older, not older. I don't want to say older. That's a bad word, but they look dignified, women of a certain age. A lot of a lot of them look like Rita Lombardi's and Kathleen Hawley's. They look educated. I counted today. 10 of the women wear glasses. So, I mean, of the 10 women, 7 wear glasses. So that's a good number. Like if you wear glasses, you're more likely to be smart. That's just a fact. So they seem like a really smart group. And then the younger women in the 20s and 30s, they look clean and just, they don't let themselves go. They just seem like interested. I don't know. They just seem smart. They just look like a smart bunch. They're all taking notes the whole time. Like all of them were taking notes the whole time, man. It was really interesting to see the jury. I didn't get to see how they reacted to Jen McCabe. Jess Machado was filling us in on Twitter. They weren't buying it. It didn't seem like they were buying it. But man, I felt bad for them when they got to listen to freaking Adam Lally ask Laura Sullivan, like those questions that they asked them today. I couldn't, like some of them, like, oh my God, Karen Reed is such a bitch. Like she told me, like, what the fuck? Like she told me, who the fuck is that bitch? And what did you say? I told that bitch to go fuck herself. Okay. Well, this has been a productive use of time. Tell us more about your vacation to Aruba. Where'd you stay? What was the cabana like? Right? Tell us about. I mean, it was so stupid. It was just so. And David Yannetti got up there. All we need to say about the Sullivan sisters is David Yannetti got up there and asked them one simple question. So you were interviewed on February 8th, a week after, by Trooper Proctor. And did you know that none of the people inside Fairview Road, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel, not one of them was interviewed within a year. Or maybe Julie Nagel was like 10 months later. Within a year of them died. But, firsthand witnesses who could have possibly seen or heard something, just not interviewed. No, Proctor has no interest in them. They're only interested in the people that briefly met Karen in Aruba and thought she was a cunt. Like that. That's it. That's what they're interested in. That's what the state police are interested in. I mean, does that not say anything? And yeah, I mean, the Marietta Sullivan one, first of all, I thought she'd be hotter. Like, no offense. The older sister looked better than the younger one, which is rare. And I thought, because Karen thought John hooked up with her. So I thought she'd be hotter than the older sister. No. What Karen? What are you thinking? No, he didn't hook up with her. Are you crazy? Anyway, and she was just like still salty about it. Like she's still salty about the insult from like 3 years ago. It's like, girl, get over it. Get over it. And then we had to hear the whole story. And I knew this story too. Laura Sullivan's baby daddy was John's partner or whatever. What do they call him in the police? Partner? Whatever. Right-hand man. The guy that drives around with you, that guy. And he knocked her up, right? And John was the godfather, but he also knocked up at least one, maybe 2 other women around the same time. Like it's a crazy story. When you hear the story, he ended up killing himself. And it's a sad story. And she was telling it. And then I'm like thinking like, that's really awful and all, but the hell does any of this have to do with Karen Reed? The hell, what are we doing here? Anyway, so that's, Tristan Morris too, not even interviewed until like a month later. But then he wasn't interviewed until like a week ago. But Tristan struggles with time, so you got to give him a little bit of, little leeway on that. So anyway, yeah. So that's one. I was just reading the turtle chat. Let me read a second one here. We also have from Deanne, sends $10 and says Jen told the jury everything they need to know. Karen is innocent. Yeah, she did a great job today. She was excellent. Canton, Massachusetts sends $25 and says Meg Kennedy was in court yesterday, and she was at Jen's testimony party. I recognized her gold SUV in the street. Meg Kennedy is a guidance counselor at Stoughton High School who did nothing when Sandra Birchmore was a student there and reported that she was being groomed by a bunch of police who were trying to fuck her. And then one of them got her pregnant and probably murdered her. So that's Meg Kennedy in a nutshell. She messaged me like the day I wrote this. I guess she was a fan of Turtle Boy before. She's like, please don't believe them. Please don't believe them. I believe them. And you're a liar and you're a piece of shit, Meg Kennedy. Just want to put that out there. So thank you very much. And again, all those people at Jen's house yesterday, there was like 12 cars there. They're obviously having some sort of party. She really is like, talk about a cult leader. I mean, it's a very small cult. But the fact that anybody would want to be associated with that woman that you saw on the stand today, besides just a complete degenerate like Krusty Panties or the fake victim, somebody like that, Like, I could understand them not minding being associated with Jen because they have no friends and they're kind of white trash. And like, oh, this woman in the suburbs has a house and a fucking, she doesn't have to work and her husband owns a company. And like, it's a step up to the world to be able to associate with people like that. But others, like if you're already up middle class or upper middle class and you live in Canton, why the fuck do you want to be friends with Jen McCabe for? Everybody knows she done killed someone. What do you think? I don't get it. Like, she's going to jail. Like, I hope they know that. Like, of all the McAlberts, she's the most likely to go to jail of all of them. They might not ever know who killed John O'Keefe. They might not ever know that because it's going to require someone in the house going to have to talk. And because we know he went inside and he was dead when he came out. So somebody inside the house killed him. But like, was it Colin? I don't know after that fight video came out today. Was it Brian? It seems like Brian could fuck a dude up. Like Brian, I wouldn't want to fight Brian Albert. That dude will fuck you up. Most likely. And then the dog obviously helped, but we don't know. But what we do know is Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. That means she's participating in a murder. She's the only one that they can 100% get on something with John O'Keefe. So she's going to jail. So I hope they know that. And rightfully so. I hope I've been to jail before. It sucks, especially the first couple of nights. It sucks. And the whole time in jail, I'm just thinking, I can't fucking wait for Jen McCabe to go to jail. Like this temporary thing that I'm experiencing right now is going to be over on February 23rd. And Jen McCabe is going to have like 10 years of this shit. And it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait. Every day she's in jail, I'm going to be so happy. I'm going to be like, yes. She's away from her kids. She's probably so sad and miserable and no one's around to tell her how great she is. And Matt's going to go broke and what the fuck is the family going to do? And that makes me so happy. It does because she can't have enough horrible, horrible things happen to her. Jen McCabe, just absolutely horrible. She deserves nothing but pain and misery for the rest of her miserable existence because she is a worthless, evil, soulless pile of hot, steaming garbage. That's what she is. I hope the trolls clip this. I hope they put it out there. I fucking meant every single word I said about that low-life, degenerate, sociopath piece of trash, Jennifer McCabe. I hope she rots in eternal hell where she belongs, and she will. So there's that. Okay. Chris donates $50 and says, please, we need jurors' reactions to these BS witnesses. We'll get to that. Is the McCabe's Jeep placement plan C? We'll get to that too. And please explain Higgins. If he's on the mass witness list, he hasn't flipped. Please make us feel better about this idiot. I wish I had some better news about Higgins for you people. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Higgins. I don't know if he's flipped. I assume he's done something, but I don't know what he's going to testify to because think about it. If he gets up there and he's like, yeah, they killed him. They killed him inside the house. That makes him an accessory, no? But it is interesting. He's going to go Friday. Of course, it's the day I can't be there. Going to New Jersey for a wedding. Higgins is, going to be there. And he's like the only witness that we don't know what the hell he's going to say. We don't know what he's going to say. So there's that. Okay. Got a couple cash apps to bang out here. Let's see. Let me read a few of these and then we'll get started with some of the shit. All right. We got Ryan sends $5 and says, loved Meredith's Twitter beatdown of Grant. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Enough of the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like enough of the rape shit. Like that's uncalled for. Say whatever you want about me. Don't make shit up like that. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. But she smacked him down pretty good. That was a proud moment. Thank you. Jane Scales sends $20 and says, thank you for all that you're doing. Well, thank you, Jane. That's very kind of you. C. Nesbitt sends $5 and says, Horseface is by far the worst in this tragedy. 100%. 100%. Sean, it's great to see Sean Colburn today. Sends $25 and says, everything you have done and continue to do. Well, thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate that very much. Fat McAlbert sends $10 and says 8 years for Officer Ron Tarantino today. He died 8 years ago today. That's so sad. Ron Tarantino was a great cop out of Auburn, Massachusetts that was killed by some complete degenerate scumbag piece of trash who, just got out of jail after assaulting a state trooper, and was in jail for like 30 days, got released early. Just everything that's wrong with our justice system. I think the scumbag's name is Jorge Zambrano. And the fact that people like him are just released by judges all the time, and fucking McCollum throws the book at me. It's like, this guy's Turtle Boy's bad. I got to put him in jail, is everything that's wrong with our system. So thank you very much for that one. Tammy sends $10. She has no comment, but thank you very much, Tammy. Okay, cool. If anybody else wants to donate and have their message read out loud to the class, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. And yeah, you can just do it that way. Oh, wait, we got a couple more here. Let me bang through some of these so I don't miss them. And then I promise we'll get started. First, we got Frank sends $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of you guys. Well, thank you very much, Uncle Frank. We're proud of you too. Marianne sends 25 and says, you go, Turtle Boy. Thank you for saving Karen's life. These people are monsters. I can't take credit for saving Karen's life. Her lawyers had a lot to do with that, and her, quite frankly, and the FBI. And, but I think I helped her morale-wise. I think bringing crowds there and, and honestly finding out evidence. Like, I found a shitload of evidence that they're going to use in court, including the Colin Albert stuff, I think, that we're going to talk about momentarily. Luca from Malden sends $5 and says, no amount of Banana Bev sidebars, loser Lally filibusters, or Allie McCabe alligator tears is going to win this case for the prosecution at this point. Lally needs to get a gig as a weatherman. Bang, bang. Yeah, I mean, do they really think they're going to win this? Like, are they that delusional? I don't think they really think that. I mean, this is over. It's over. Carmen sends $5 and says, the Sullivan sisters was pointless. Carrie is a pawn and needs to think about her children and be honest. And there's a special place in hell for Jen. Yes, there is. Thank you very much. Jen is the new Karen. And Frank sends another $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of the work you do. Well, thank you, Uncle Frank. And Jen sends $5 and says, do we know if Higgins is the one that accepted the proffer? That's what David Yannetti says. He did. So we will see. Okay, cool. Let's get started, folks. Let's do this. All right. So first thing I want to, and if anyone else wants to donate, link is at the top of the chat, or you can cash out $sign Uncle Turtle Boy. Before we get started on the Jen testimony, I want to talk about Colin Albert real quick, because I found this out. All right. So we all know that Colin Albert told at the he said this under cross-examination. And I'm sorry that the video is so small, but
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight?
Nope.
Your entire life?
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before?
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight?
No.
No. So we knew that was a lie because, he makes videos where he's like, I'm going to fuck you dogs up. Bang, bang, KO, bang, bang. I'm toughest guy in Canton, that kind of shit. So we knew he was bullshit, but we couldn't prove it. Like, because that video, all he does is threaten. And we get idiots like his lawyer, Joe Krowski. I mean, we've seen videos like this. A person like this fights a lot.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. Oh, pussy. Yeah. You'll be knocked out.
Boy, you be
knocked out. Bang, bang. Yeah. So we know that. Like, people who make videos like that get in fights, period. Unless they're complete posers. People who post pictures like this, they get in fights. People who have bloody knuckles, right? They get in fights. But this is his idiot lawyer who's on TV a lot, Joe Krowski, who represented him at the grand jury. And I don't know, he's on Court TV a lot. I don't really watch Court TV because they have Plevin on and it's kind of a fucking joke. So, I mean, this is like a joke. It's like moron happy hour they have up there every night now. They can't even get like actual people that know what the fuck they're talking about on there. So they bring this idiot up and he says this about Colin's antics, about those videos.
Fight before, and he said no. So as impeachment evidence, that they were allowed in, I believe, over objection to show that statement was demonstrably false, which it was not. He's never been in a fight. Turtle Boy's offering $100 for anyone that can produce a video. So far, 160 people have commented with not a single person able to show that he's been in a fight. Those were sophomoric, literally, his sophomore year in high school, sophomoric videos, pretend videos. They were almost spoofs.
No fight resulted from those videos. I mean, it's absolutely silly. Bang, bang, as if he's gangster and has a gun. And somehow Alan Jackson argued that shows a propensity for violence.
Yeah, so that's what he says. But he didn't think Turtle Boy couldn't get a video because it's not in the replies, huh? Oh, Turtle Boy got a video. And I got another video coming tomorrow, too, from sophomore year. And the sophomore year fight's way better than this one. He fights a black kid in the locker room, a little bit racist. So the second one's even better. So that one's coming tomorrow. But Colin says he's never been in a fight, which is just stupid. Like what is he thinking? That he's on national television. Does he not understand the internet's just gonna find this shit? Like they're gonna find it. Like so many people are talking about this. This video, I offered $100 bounty. The first person who sent it, 4 people sent it. They all want the $100. I'm not doing it. It was first come, first serve. Some guy on Twitter got it. Sorry, 4 people sent it to me. I can only send it to the first person that sent it to me. So this video's out there, okay? And this video is August 22nd, 2021, which is like 5 months before John O'Keefe is killed. So, and it's so pathetic. Like, watch this fight. I was watching this on the glare earlier with the music. Just watch this. Okay, so he's fighting some ginger. And okay, so watch this. So there's Colin. Look at it. He misses. Ready? Oh, the ginger ninja. Now look, he's opened himself up here. He's fucked. He's just opened himself up. And then watch the ginger ninja. Boom! Oh! And I've heard the idiots like Plevin and them, I guess they've said that like, oh, they're just horsing around. This is just more grab ass. They love talking about grab ass. It's just more grab assing, just like Higgins and Albert at the bar. There's grab assing. No. Again, watch this. This is the only punch that connects in the entire fight was this one. Again, watch Colin. Ready? Misses, swing and a miss, opens himself up, realizes he's fucked, completely fucked, and then boom, right in the kisser. Boom, knocks back. That's the only good hit the entire fight. And then the rest is grab ass. This is grab acid. The dude's wearing sandals. Like, dude, gingers, don't mess with gingers. They're mad. They hate the fact that they were born with red hair. They hate it. They fucking hate it. And they're pissed. They always have a chip on their shoulder. You can't fight a ginger, especially one in sandals too. Like, look at that, Colin. Like, I thought Colin was tougher than this. And why is he doing like what? He's just got one hand up and the other out. Like, who taught him this one? Ghoulie? Did Ghoulie teach him this? Who taught him how to fight like this? More grab assing. Yep. Dude, Colin's not fucking with this ginger. He is not fucking. I got to get the ginger ninja on the show. Does anyone know what the ginger ninja is? I couldn't get any information on this about who this kid is, where this is, but 4 people sent it to me. And is what it is. So there's the second video is better. It happens in a locker room. It's fucking wild. It's a good fight. No, it's not roast beef Ronnie. So I guess Colin has been in a fight before. So that turned out to be a complete lie. And, this is the kind of shit where, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I went up to David United today and I told him on the way out, I got a Colin Albert fight video and I'm going to be posting it in a couple hours. So I'm sure they've seen it by now. And because they've been waiting for something like this, I'm sure, because they can call Colin Albert back. They can call him back. And when the defense gets to go, they get to do that. So they can just bring this up and be like, dude, you just lied. Like, we caught you in an obvious lie. And watching that video, that dude ain't beating up John O'Keefe on his own. That's the kind of, like, Colin's the kind of fighter that might think he could beat up John O'Keefe, but he'll feel a lot better if, his big Uncle Brian and the dog are there to help out. So I'm just saying. Okay, let's listen. So now we're going to go to Jen McCabe's testimony. We're not going to get into much besides that. Although I do want to go to one thing real quick before, because I'm not going to waste much time on Kerry because she is what she is at this point. But I want to play here. What's the timestamp on this? All right. Nope, wrong one. The other one. This one? Yeah, okay. 524. Okay. So look at Carl Dougal, and some of his ultra sensitive friends. They often point out, why did Karen leave? Like they think it, like they're mad at Karen and they think that Karen Reed is guilty. By the way, nice to see 6,500 people over on YouTube so far. That's great to see. Give us a like. Yeah, give us a thumbs up. I think that's the biggest crowd we've had since I got out of jail. I think we hit 6,500 on my return from jail night, but I think we can hit above that. So keep it coming. Keep it coming. So on around noon, Karen Reed comes back from the hospital. She's been institutionalized against her will and comes back to One Meadows Ave. And she got her shit and left. And if you ask Paul O'Keefe or Carl Dougal or some of these other ultra sensitive dudes, they think that's suspicious. Like, why did she just leave? Why did she pack her stuff and leave? Well, it's because Peggy O'Keefe was making things very awkward. And she was basically making statements kind of accusing Karen of killing John before she had ever been charged or anything like that. So like Karen had just got back from the hospital and Jen McCabe has been putting that work in, getting those rumors spreading, infecting Peggy O'Keefe's mind, and Karen feels uncomfortable there. And Carrie Roberts kind of confirmed this today. Just listen to this part.
And Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride.
You got that? You just left him? So Karen's on the ambulance. Like, she's already within minutes. Peggy O'Keefe was blaming Karen Reed for this. You just left him? Yeah, I dropped him off. I didn't kill him. But immediately she's like being like, "You just left him?" And yeah, he's a 46-year-old man. A 46-year-old man. You just left him? Yeah, Peggy. She just left him because he wanted to go he wanted to go there. She didn't want to go, so she dropped him off there. He's a grown-ass man. Okay? And then he was murdered inside the house, which I would be more concerned about if I was Peggy O'Keefe. But I digress. This is why, and it proves the point to me. Like, this is why Karen Reed left that morning. Peggy O'Keefe was making her feel uncomfortable. And his dad seems like a really nice guy. He's like Carrie just said. About like the dad's like, "Leave her alone. She's going through trauma, whatever, much more chill." And I got to be honest, like I have a much higher opinion of Carrie Roberts today than I did 2 days ago. I did not have a high opinion of Carrie Roberts at all. I still don't. But she actually gives a shit about John O'Keefe. And I want to show you an example why. I wrote down the timestamps. I got timestamps all over the place here. So check this out. Where'd it go? Hold on. Where's your son's body? Look at the jury. Nicole didn't answer phone. Listens to 911. Okay. I want to show you Carrie 354. Okay, watch this. I'll start right there. So listen to how Carrie Roberts reacts. Because Carrie Roberts went to high school with John, Braintree High School, known him for a long time, clearly a good friend of him. All right. And I'm going to compare her reaction to Jennifer McCabe's reaction of this, basically the same thing. I'm going to play Jen McCabe's reaction to the 911 call versus Carrie Roberts' reaction to the dash cams, which happened at the same time as the 911 call. Just watch. You could hear her crying in the microphone. I mean, look at those are real tears, man. You can't fake that shit. Look at her, man. She's like quivering. So you get the point there. She did this for a bit, and it's genuine. You know what I mean? You know when somebody's crying for real, right? And then you got Jen McCabe, okay? And is this today's or yesterday's? I forget what suit she had on each day. Today, May 22nd or 21st. Okay, yeah, the other one. So let me see. This one I've got. Okay, 236. I'm gonna go with this. Just watch this. So here's Jen listening to the same shit, and just watch her compared to Carrie Roberts. Look at her. No emotion. Look at her. Oh, look at her closing her eyes. Look at her closing her eyes like, oh, I'm deep in thought. Oh, I'm so sad. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's kind of sick. Look at her. Look at the evil. Look at the evil in the eyes. Look at those eyes. She's not even like, she's trying to fake that she's like, oh, this is so hard for me. Carrie Roberts just could not hold it in. She's genuinely crying because she liked John. Dare I say she loved John. Jen McCabe is incapable of that. She's incapable of love. Look at her. She's just sitting there. It's the same shit that they're both being subjected to. And Carrie Roberts has a natural, visceral reaction to it that Jen McCabe simply does not. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to some timestamps here because obviously we can't listen to the whole thing. We got a shitload to get through here. All right. And I'll pause periodically to do some turtle chats. But right now we're going to start with this part. The Allie McCabe Life 360 data. Listen to this.
Unspoken as much as the vicious harassment.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Actually,
no, this is, hold on.
Night.
Correct.
And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is.
Notice how she always has to be like, our friend. Like, he's my friend too. She really wants to make that known. Like, he's my friend. Carrie Roberts didn't have to do that. Even like Laura Sullivan didn't do that. Nobody does that. She's trying so hard to be like, I'm his friend. I would never hurt my friend. My friend. She's angry. She's angry about this. Like, no, this is somebody, like, this is a woman possessed.
All right.
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Like that, like look at that. The vicious harassment I'm talking about. First of all, there's no harassment. There's literally no harassment. Like vicious harassment. This woman loves it. She stands in her driveway. Remember that video of her standing there filming people back? She loves it. Remember when I confronted her at the lacrosse game? She's smiling. She thinks it's funny. She walks into court with a fake victim. Remember that on February 26th? Like, she's bringing my exes to court with her. Like, that's how much of a joke she thinks is it. Smiling like a psychopath. And she thought that was funny. And she's like, the vicious harassment. No one's harassing her. No one's harassing her. We peacefully protested at our house. Like, and I've shown the tapes. Like, again, I stood outside her house with the bullhorn, just because there's a lot of people that I'm trying to speak to. And, you know, I'll show you. Like, if you haven't seen this tape, let me show you, Rick. If you're new here, if you don't know why I was arrested and charged with a whole shitload of felonies, I'll show you real quick what I did. Like, this is what they considered the felony. Hold on. Where'd it go? Did I lose it? Where'd the rolling rally video go? I had a rolling rally video. The vicious harassment. Calm down, Jen. Can't seem to find it. Hold on. All right, I'll bring it up over here. I got it. Give me 1 sec. Here it is. Then if you're new here, I'm playing this. So on July 22nd, we did a rolling rally in Canton. About a couple hundred people. We met in the Shaw's parking lot in Norwood, and we went to the homes of Brian Albert, the McCabe's, Julie Nagel, and the Proctors. And we peacefully protested outside of their homes, which is legal, on public streets for about 7 minutes. And the police just let us do it because it's all legal. No one got hurt. There's no threats made, no vandalism made. We just were protesting what happened inside this house behind me. Okay. And then this is the highlights. What you're about to witness right here is the highlights of a felony-filled day that I was charged with. Oh, look at these felons. Felons. Oh, hugs. Thumbs up.
So proud about having to be scrounging your next meal.
Look at this. Look at these felons. Look at these felons. Look at these dangerous people. Okay. All right. This is outside Jen McCabe's house. It's like literally women and children and elderly. Like this is what she says. She's like, when she says she's scared for her life, this is what was outside of her house. These people. Okay. Like, look at these look at these people. We're so scary. Like, that guy's going to get you. Yeah, we caused some traffic. Oh, there's Carol. Yeah, she's going to watch out for her. And Gail. All right, so you guys get the point. That is when you hear her talk about the vicious harassment. That's what it was, new people. That's the vicious harassment she's talking about. July 22nd, we held a peaceful rolling rally in town. The police let us do it. Nobody got hurt. Nothing was vandalized. It was a nice little day. Police weren't called. Nothing bad happened. 3 months later, fugitive unit shows up at my house, arrests me in front of my kids at their bus stop, and charges me with like 10 felonies. Okay? That's where we're at now. That's why I couldn't be in the courtroom today with Jennifer McCabe, because she's pretending to be scared of me. The same woman, Jennifer McCabe, attempted to get a restraining order on me in last June and was denied by the judge on First Amendment grounds. So there's that. There's that. I was right. All right. So anyway, back to Jen McCabe. The vicious harassment. Yeah, she has so much harassment. Every time she wants to talk about the harassment, that Alan Jackson's asking her, do you guys talk about the case a lot? And she's like, no, we just talk about the harassment. That doesn't surprise me, because it's got to be a little bit awkward to talk about the case because y'all killed someone. You know what I mean? And not everyone in your circle there has come to terms with that. So of course you can't talk about that. So you talk about the fake harassment because it's a better alternative for you. It's a good way to deflect and turn yourselves into the victims, because that's all these people do. They're the biggest fake victims. Look at that face. Look at that face.
So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And
By the
remind
way,
me, Chris and Julie Albert are.
We got, make sure we're screenshotting people. This is a new record crowd. We have over 7,000 people watching right now. Make sure we get screenshots of how many watchers we got for the archives.
In fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent.
Here we
correct?
go.
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, we'll get to
You
that.
know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
Ooh.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
So this is where they get her. Look at that face. Okay? That's her thinking face. These people constantly get confronted with forensic data, and they don't know how to handle it because the forensic data makes them look bad, makes them look real guilty. And the Life 360 data shows that Allie McCabe, Alibi McCabe, as we call her, who claimed to be home at 12:30 a.m. after dropping Colin off at 12:20 and never went out again after that. The Life 360 data shows that she was out until 1:30 in the morning, driving around in a blizzard while she was 17, which is also illegal, and her parents were just letting it happen. Now, Life 360 data tracks down where you're at, and she had previously testified in front of the grand jury that that's the whole purpose of Life 360 is to keep an eye on your kids and where they're at and stuff like that. And, you know, it's pretty reliable, which is pretty close to a synonym for accurate. You know, pretty accurate. Or if it's not accurate, then what the fuck's the point of using it? And so she doesn't like this data, though, because this data, no bueno. This data shows that her daughter's a liar. She can't. So she has to be like, how am I going to say this data is fake? This is how.
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Riley, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what the Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote, unquote, tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a, quote, unquote, good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Can I see it?
Sure.
Oh, you did. You did. So it's accurate, right? It's pretty accurate, isn't it, Miss McCabe? She knows, but this is a delay tactic. She knows what she said. She knows exactly what she said. She's just like, maybe they didn't bring it. That's her next hope. It's like, maybe they didn't bring it with them. Maybe they left their homework at home like Mello. Maybe. We'll see. So she's like, can you bring it forward? He's like, bitch, it's right there. What you think about them apples, huh?
You said 13 through 15?
Yeah. This is where she plays dumb. Wait, what part am I reading? She does this a lot when she's caught. Wait, what part? What page are we on? This is all very confusing to me. I don't get it. I don't like. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Let me just stare at it a little longer.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer.
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Oh,
Okay, is that refresh your recollection? It's the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go.
Correct.
And your answer was yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
What do you mean she
Did
went
you check the
nowhere?
Life 360 app to
What
verify
about
that
the
she
Life
went
360?
nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay.
But she did.
Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Go check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts have a dog. Had a dog.
Okay, now they're getting to the dog part.
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
What was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door
Burst
into a dark
into it.
room where they were sleeping, correct?
Burst.
Yes.
What about Chloe?
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Do you agree with that?
Okay, crying.
Yes.
Yeah.
You were loud, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
John's dead. John's dead.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
Oh yeah.
No.
Bitch, you
That doesn't
lying.
make the dog being there at all.
Like, bitch, you lying. Look at that face. I mean, what are they thinking? What is the jury thinking when they hear this shit? The dog that bites people and sends them to the hospital and shit. Somehow when Jen burst into the room and starts yelling shit, just this dog sleeps through everything. Except when other dogs come near her, then she just kills. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Okay. So that's a lie. And this is how she's coming across. We're going to skip to the part about Ryan Nagel here. Because the Ryan Nagel testimony is also no bueno. Because, you know, Ryan Nagel says that John O'Keefe is basically in the house because he wasn't inside the truck, inside the Lexus, or outside the Lexus. So where the hell else could he be? And he sent Julie Nagel a text message saying, I'm outside. Because Julie Nagel texted him and said, get your ass over here. You know, I need to get home and come pick my ass up because I'm not trying to Uber. And so they get over there. His buddy Richie drives him over there and get your ass in the truck, but she doesn't come out. So he texts her at 12:23. And how do we know this happened? And this timeline matters a lot. So let me play this part.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel.
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lowry was, that was from a grand jury, the question from Mr. Lowry was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Mr. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, right?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified.
I'm gonna pause it right there. So this matters a lot. This is the most underrated piece of testimony I think that happened in the last 2 days. Is the 12:23 Ryan Nagel text. This because minutes matter in this. What time, people out there, does the pop quiz for you diehards? Okay, what time does the defense contend that John O'Keefe was ascending and descending stairs inside of 34 Fairview Road? What time does the defense contend that this was happening? Let's find out. It's not 12:25. A lot of people are saying 12:25. No. There it is. No, I missed it. Passed. That's the one. 12:21, right? They say that John, this is his Apple Health data, right? Where's the one where he's ascending and descending stairs? Is this John's phone? This is John O'Keefe's phone. This is, no, okay. What's this one? Oh, here it is. This is the one. This is his Apple Health data. It shows him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs between 12:22, I guess, and 12:24. All right. So that matters a lot because Karen Reed doesn't have stairs in her car. So, but the house behind me does. So that would, whenever they go, there's no, I laugh when they say this, there's no evidence that John was in the house. Bitch, what the fuck do you think this is? What does this thing look like to you? He said his Apple Health data shows him ascending and descending stairs. There's no stairs in Karen Reed's car. Oh, but there could be speed bumps along the way, turtle fucker. Or there could be hills. Oh, yeah, Apple hasn't figured that one out yet. Apple hasn't figured out that, like, oh, yeah, when you go up a hill, it's the same thing as a fucking staircase. It tricks you. It tricks Apple. Stop it. And by the way, it's a pretty flat area. Like, there's not, stop it. It's ridiculous. So if Ryan Nagel, now, when this came out, this whole 1221 thing, how is the Commonwealth going to lie their way out of this one? Because they just make up excuses and they lie their way out of everything. Well, we saw that last summer when they filed this thing with the SJC that I'll show you here. Okay. And this is something that the Commonwealth filed. So according to Nicholas Garino, Westfield State graduate Nicholas Garino, who is the same state trooper who could not find deleted text messages between Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell because he doesn't know how to do that, and also didn't find all of Jen McCabe's deleted phone calls and Google searches, didn't find any of that shit. He's put in charge of figuring out John's GPS, and he determines the following, that the native locations then depicts Mr. O'Keefe's phone traveling to Dedham Street and arriving at the residence at 12:24 and 34 seconds. Therefore, O'Keefe's phone would have ascending and descending within the Fairview residence prior to his arrival at the residence. So, like, basically they're saying that Apple Health data is fake because we have GPS. But I got bad news for you. The Apple Health is much more reliable than GPS. And more importantly, and they also say here that they suggest he gets hit at 12:25 with this GPS. That's what they're saying, that he gets hit at 12:25. Well, now we got something contradicting that, don't we? We got this one. You got her saying that Ryan Nagel's text, if Ryan Nagel texted at 12:23 and said, I'm outside, that means that John had to be there by then. That John did not get there at 12:24 or 12:25. Because how do we know this? Because John and Karen pulled up first. They pulled up before Ryan Nagel. If Ryan Nagel is able to text from outside the house at 12:23 and say, I'm outside the house, that means that John O'Keefe had already gotten there. So it's done. This whole bullshit about, oh, the GPS, Nicholas Garino, Westfield State graduate Nicholas Garino says that he got there at 12:25 because of the freaking GPS. Bullshit. We got Apple Health data showing him inside the house. More importantly, we got a text message now from Ryan Nagel at 12:23, and Ryan Nagel he's outside the house, and Ryan Nagel got there after John O'Keefe. So he's inside the house, motherfucker. Got him. Got him. Thank you, Jen McCabe, for confirming that.
That as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw them. Right?
Objection.
Got him.
Is that right?
Got him.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside. And
okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
Got him.
And another question. My question is
Got him.
Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Judge.
Got him. So anyway, so that's one. Now we got the V-shaped tire tracks thing. This whole thing. Let me get to this. Got a lot to get through here tonight, folks. Buckle up. I see like there's a whole bunch new record crowd tonight, by the way. I see how many people over here? 7,450 people watching on YouTube. Again, keep screenshotting that, folks. We're trying to get our highest number so far. We never 6,500 was our biggest ever. This is our biggest show ever, and it's going to get bigger. Wait till the acquittal. 10,000 that night. All right.
12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony, Mr. Wiley, on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Oh, so she saw tire tracks.
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as the barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave like this. So
okay, yeah.
Like
Okay,
like
so
half J?
half J.
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave, like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't know what you know, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So it didn't go up to her car. Those tracks belong to somebody else.
But when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, you already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago
Oh my gosh.
that you saw the tire
Who's
tracks
on first? Who's on
because
first?
your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first. My attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car.
She's
I
getting
looked
so
out
mad.
multiple times.
She's getting
Did you
so
see the tire
mad.
tracks at the same time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time. Let me have just one more. Yes.
So she gets her on this, right? Hold on one sec. So let me talk about the Jeep part here. Hold
In
on.
addition,
Hold on.
I did, yes.
as you went through those videos, my question is relatively simple one. Relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front in front of 34th Airview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
Oh my gosh. Can we talk about the Jeep for a minute? The fuck's going on with the Jeep? And I can't figure this one out. What are they doing here? So now all of a sudden they're saying there's the Higgins Jeep was parked right by the mailbox, like right over here, which means that Ryan Nagel and all the people in his truck didn't see it somehow. Karen Reed didn't see it, but of course she's a dastardly liar, so she can't believe anything Karen Reed says. But, you know, Ryan Nagel, for all they know, is not. So why would he lie about not seeing this white Jeep? And she didn't say anything about it. And the only person who had ever said that there was a Jeep parked there previously was Brian Higgins himself in a police report. So might I ask you guys, because I can't figure this one out, why are they suddenly doing this Jeep thing? Anybody know what is the plan here? Because there's always a plan with these shysters. They're lying about something. There's a reason they're just, I mean, I've thought about that one. Are they trying to, but they're not only trying to discredit his testimony, they're trying to like discredit Heather Maxon's testimony. Like, what the heck's not to like about Heather Maxon? She seemed lovely, like, and a nice girl. Like, and they're saying that she's, like, stop it. Like, what is their plan? I don't get it. Are they going to say that he ran John over? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, but they're, rest assured, they're up to something. They didn't just come up with this for nothing. They're like, yeah, let's go with the plow. Let's go with Brian, whatever.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front, there were some painstaking detail. Talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
What back asked about Ryan Nagel's, weren't you?
Do you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here. Did you review your
I
picture?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Mr. Cage, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking. I will do the same for you.
Yeah.
As you review the
She's getting so flustered by all this. All right. We're going to skip ahead here to the line of vision thing. And they got Matt McCabe, Chubbs McCabe on this one too. Again, these people claim they saw, guess who's at the McCabe's right now? People keep talking about, I keep seeing the McCabe's. What's going on in the McCabe's right now? What's going on over there? Who wants to fill me in? What I miss? Should I be looking at something now? It's hard for me to read the comments during the show, but people keep telling me about something in McCabe's house right now. Should I see the justice page? Oh man, look at this picture of Karen and Jen. This is a great picture. Who took this picture? What a great picture this is, huh? Look at that. Wow. That's a great picture. Where is this even from? Wow. Who took that? That's a great picture. But anyway, can anybody fill me in on what's going on? Oh, they're watching Turtle Boy together. Is that what they're doing? There's a whole bunch of cars. There is a viewing party. I don't know. People keep messaging me about shit. I'm getting videos sent to me. Let me see what I got in the videos. Hold on. Oh, so I'm going to go. This is now? This video is taking place right now. Oh, many men. Many men. Look at all these guys.
Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men. Many.
Oh my gosh. It's an ode to the exes right there. Look at this is a lot of cars. Look at these cars. All right, what do we got there? We got a black truck. This white Jeep. Who are all these people? Like, who has this many people over their house?
Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many.
All right. So I guess they're having a party. I guess. I mean, talk about brazen, these people, huh? Talk about brazen. That is just wild, man. That is just wild. I guess that's like right now. So shout out to the McAlberts over there. I know you all watching. I know you guys are on your little Discords or whatever, because you think you're not going to give me the views. Like, oh, we can't give him the views. He's only going to have 7,500 people watching, not 7,501. We're not going to give him that one. You guys really showed me. You really showed me. But anyway, shout out to them over there. I know they're watching right now. And I know this is on TV, and I know they're like, fuck that little fucker. You know, they're making shit up now about kiddie porn too. Like, this is weird. Like, what is with these people and using their own kids in like porn shit? Like, it's bizarre. They're claiming, she claims that like somebody, me or whoever, sent her a picture of her daughter with semen on her face. Like, what? That never happened, obviously. And they're making shit up. And it's just weird that when they make shit up, it involves their children and sex. Like, it's fucking weird. I will never use my children as a pawn like that to like score points on my enemies and be like, you're a bad person. You're sexualizing my kid. What? We're not going to talk about my kid. And you're not gonna, why are you talking about your kids? Why are you bringing your kids into this? Nobody's sending pictures of your kids with semen on. Stop it. These are weird thoughts you have in your head because you're thinking it's going to make us look bad, but it really makes you look bad. Why are you talking about semen and your kid in the same sentence, you goddamn degenerates? Oh, just when you thought these people have no bottom. But shout out to the McAlberts. I know we got a lot of people watching, baby. It's not going well. Look at the cover of the Boston Herald today. Did you guys see the cover of the Boston Herald? I'm going to start collecting these. If you haven't seen it yet, the picture of Jen McCabe on top of it Does anybody have a picture of that they could send me? Send me if you can, if you got a picture of it. Because there was the one with Colin last week where he's just like the knuckles and stuff like that. And then the one today, it just says grilled, and it's got like 3 horrible pictures of Jen McCabe. Maybe I have one. Do I have one? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got it right here. Hold on. Even better. Even better. We got it right here. I don't even need to do it. I got a copy of it. Look at this. Look at this. It just says grill. Look at that. Is that not awesome? Look at that. That's the Boston Herald. The Boston Herald. Look at those faces. Look at this one. Look at it. She's so mad. Just cheer up, Jen. It'll only feel like an eternity in prison. You'll be okay. I'll throw some money on the commissary for you. You'll love it in there. I'll teach you how it works. Every Tuesday, fill the commissary up. You'll have a great time. Trust me. No matter how this turns out, this is gonna be forever. These covers on the Boston Herald, that these people, everybody knows what they did. Everybody knows that Jen McCabe is a lying, stinking, murdering piece of shit. That's what she's always going to be. Always. And it's for like, this isn't me doing it anymore. This is the Boston Herald. This is Howie Carr writing like daily columns now, roasting you people. Howie Carr didn't get into this till late. He's fully on our side because he's not stupid. Emily D. Baker, the YouTube lawyer, you guys were all hoping, oh man, maybe we'll get her. Nope. She joined our side too. The lawyer, they all joined our side. They all did because they looked at the fact. You guys got Julie, you got Botox Grant. You got Botox Betty there. You got her. So that you got that going for you. And a guy named Plevin and something called Krusty Panties. So congratulations on that. But we got everyone else because we got the facts on our side. Oh, you got some people on Discord too. Some people on Discord. So you got that going for you. But, other than that, you lose. It's not going too well. It's not going too well in the public opinion side of things. So anyway, let's get back to the testimony. There's so much to talk about here. Oh, the DUI guy fully on our side too. I mean, I could go on and on. Every major influencer in the legal community is on our side. Who matters? Because they're looking at the facts and it's just wild. Real quick, let me read some Cash Apps. I haven't had a chance. Let me bang through some before we get too far behind. All right, I'm just going to read through these as quick as I can. Ready? First one is from Sean Kelly. Sends $5. And again, the Cash Apps, if you send a $5 one, it's got to be like a sentence. I ain't reading the whole thing because we got to get a lot to get through there. So Sean Kelly sends $5. Says Tristan and Caitlin are getting married to avoid testifying against each other about the silent, aggressive canine school dropout dog that's gone missing. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Sean Kelly. Renee sends $10 and says, literally need to meet you. You are the best human being ever. That's subjective, but I don't disagree. And I would love to meet you too, Renee. It would be I meet a lot of people at the courthouse every day. We take a lot of pictures together, hugs. We have a good time. So thank you very much. Oh, and Brandy Churchwell, another one. Melanie Little. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Everybody joined it. And they got Kofendafer. They got Kofendafer, at least and Wendy Murphy. You get all the really stable menopausal women. All right. $10 for Sam. Says Jen McCabe is a demon possessed. Legitimately, thank you for warning the public about a person and whole extended network family who would literally do anything to fuck someone else over, whether for own nefarious or self-serving purposes or for sport. The case would not be where it is without you, and we wouldn't know what we know. She is a real death threat to society, period. Thank you very much, Sam. I agree wholeheartedly. Bob sends $10. Says, Turtle Boy, how long before you return to Canton? Oh, I'm trying to avoid there. I'm trying to get my charges to go away. Once I'll feel a lot more free because I don't want to go back to jail. That shit suck, man. The weather's getting nice. I don't want to go to jail. I'm too pretty for jail. So I don't want to go back there. And especially in medical. They stick me down there and by myself, it's boring as shit. Smells like piss. Oh, the Young Jerks. How can I forget the Young Jerks? The Glare. Sorry, I'm missing everybody. They're all on our side. Ashley Banfeld, she's on our side. Everyone's on our side. STS is not on our side. So much damn. I mean, Joel from STS says he's going to have me on. Oh, maybe we had Turtle Boy on one time. Maybe we'll let him on. Yeah, I'll let him on. I'll let him on sometime. Well, let me just invite all these fucking assholes up here instead, who will just talk shit about him, and we won't give him a chance to defend himself. Come on, Joel. Have me on. I dare you. I dare you. You're not ready for me, Joel. So have me on sometime. Yeah, Lane is great. She's great. I mean, there's so many great people on our side. All right. Anyway, I saw one on there. Stop it, Bob Bergman. Stop it. Anyway, so tomorrow, guys, there's no Karen Reed trial tomorrow because of little old me. I'm being charged with felony witness intimidation, and we are going to go into court tomorrow, and we're trying to get a Rule 17 motion for the fake victim's phone records. We got most of it. And by the way, they want them back. Remember they gave us all her phone records? They gave us her entire phone extraction. They want them back now. They gave us a digital file of them all, so we got them all. And now they're like, we want them back. How can you give digital files back, bro? Like, do you even internet? Like, you already gave them to us. We can't. You can't unring the bell. You can't unring the bell. Yeah. Sean of the Golf, how can I forget? Defense Diaries, Anyway. So, yeah. I'll be there. My hearing is at 2 p.m. You're all welcome to come. You can protest for this one. You can be outside. You can have your free Karen Reed signs, whatever signs you want. All right. It's in the Karen Reed courtroom. And yeah, it's going to be cool. So appreciate all the support if anyone wants to join me. All right. Back to this turtle chats here. Suzanne sends $25 says, please tell me you're getting the audio from Jess and Grant's hearing on Monday. Yes. I've been told that is a wild one. I can't wait to hear that. I'm just so glad Grant's gone. Can I just say that and Grant, I know Grant's watching right now. Grant, everybody hates you. And it's not just me. It's not just Jess. And it's not just Ted Daniel. Literally everyone in the press group who are my colleagues now, not yours. Okay. They're my colleagues. You don't get to go anymore. I get to go. You can't go, Grant, because you got an order on your ass. Because you assaulted a woman and you finna catch a misdemeanor for that one. And, now you caught an order. So you can't be anywhere near her. And Grant tried to get the order thrown out. It was like, okay, they got the temporary one. And then May 29th was supposed to be the hearing to extend it for a full year. But Grant files this motion to have the temporary one vacated. So they have the hearing for it the other day, Monday. And Grant goes in there with all this lawyer shit. And he thinks he's like a real lawyer. And the judge is like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do the hearing we were going to have a week from now, right now. Let's do it right now. We're not vacating shit. We're going to have a hearing right now. And he's like, brings up all this shit. And she's just like, bro, you assaulted a woman. You're done. Order granted, full year. Grant cannot come within like 100 yards of Jessica Machado. So that sucks. And he can't get it amended like I did to go to a courthouse because Grant's harassment took place at the courthouse. It's like the site of the harassment. So Grant can't come, and I can't wait to get that audio. Thank you, Suzanne. Karen sends $10, says, it's amazing how Jen didn't need to see anything when the prosecution asks, but can't answer anything the defense asks without proof. Not a good look. I know she always had to do that. Always had to be like, can I look at that? Bitch, you know what it says. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Michael sends $50 and says, thanks for what you do. Michael, my pleasure, sir. My pleasure. I serve the people. Stacy sends $5 and says, hello, Mom. Indy Cindy. Love watching trials and recaps with you. Hi, Indy Cindy. Hope you're having a good night. Kim sends $15 and says, the way Paul stares down Karen all day long in her peripheral vision just shows how badass Karen is. He needs to start directing his stares to other people. And as always, love you, Turtle Boy, and thank you. I mean, he's getting cucked. He got cucked by Jen McCabe, and he's got too much pride to admit it, and he just can't do it. I saw Paul in the hallway today. I gave him a little smile, a friendly smile. How you doing, Paul? Nice to see you again. Kind of weird that you're inviting my exes with you to your brother's murder hearings, but whatevs. Just I hope Paul is watching this shit and he realizes that, like, bro, it ain't going too good. Like, she ain't going, like, she acquitted. Like, this bitch, everybody knows she did it. Everyone. And you go with her to court. That's embarrassing, dude. Shameful. But anyway, Tiffany sends $5 and says, due to Jen, Karen couldn't remember things. Is it possible they drugged her? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, we're not doing that. Thank you, Tiffany. Michelle sends $10. No comment. Thank you, Michelle. Scott sends $10. Says the cover of the Herald with the hideous triptych collection of Jen's worst faces on stand is a masterpiece. It makes me want to send the photo editor a country ham or a fruit basket. Instant classic. You're right about that, Scott. Lulu sends $5. Says from the testimony we've heard, what do you think makes the least amount of sense so far? Everything Jen McCabe said, basically. Let's see. Do we have any more turtle chats here? Jack sends $10. Says Kerry and Karen believe she left John at the waterfall. Didn't Jen say she thought Karen never came to 34 Fairview until her husband corrected her? I'm questioning whether or not it was Karen who dropped John off at Fairview. Does Karen actually believe she drove him to Fairview? Karen knows she drove him to Fairview. Like, I'm convinced that Jen made that part up. Jen lies about everything. Don't believe anything Jen says. Higgins Jeep sends $10. Says the Lexus they saw was actually a Jeep. Yeah. Also, the doorknob and bulkhead is likely removed by the FBI. Okay. Little Irish Girl sends $10. Says amazing work, doctor. Love and admiration to you always. You've inspired a nation. Enjoy the ride. Hashtag McAlbert's Circle of Trust. Hashtag you are out. Thank you, Little Irish Girl. Jen McAlbert sends $10 and says, can you go back to the video and see if a small black Cadillac crossover is at the house? Maybe. Thank you. Dirk sends $5 and says, don't you think Jen McCabe kept asking for records so she knew what the defense knew? She didn't want to admit anything they didn't know. That's exactly it. She's going to make them work for it. That was it. Jack sends $10. Says Kerry testified that Karen said she thought she'd left John at the waterfall. I believe Jen testified that she thought the same thing until Matt corrected her. Does Karen actually believe she drove John to Fairview? Didn't somebody ask this already? Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Okay. A couple cash apps here. First up, we got Jacqueline sends $5 and said, you should blow Paul a kiss. Mwah. How you doing, Paul? Jacqueline sends, we have Tiago sends $5 and said, was going to put this on a parlay, but decided to donate. Yeah, you would have lost anyway. So thank you very much, Tiago. Patricia sends 25 and says, do you worry these corrupt people will harm you? They already put me in jail for 60 days. Like, how much worse can it get? So no, they have harmed me and they're going to try to harm me in the future, but I got too many people that back me up. It's like, I'm good. I'm not alone when I'm in jail. So Jenna sends $10 and says, Jen is full of horse shit. Pun intended. Love you. Thank you, Jenna. Appreciate that. Lisa sends $10 and says, Jen McConfrontational is my new name for her. Yes. She got to chill out a little bit. Thank you, Lisa. 1025 from Kerry says, shout out to Diane, Joe, Wendy, and the Taunton crew. Excellent. Thank you very much, Kerry. Shout out to the Taunton crew. Okay, cool. And one more turtle chat here from Jill sends $25 and says, John loves you very much, Karen. Yes, he does. And he's very disappointed. He's very disappointed in Paul, and he hates Carl Dougal. I just want to point that out there too. Colleen's Lip sends $10 and says, is there a video of them at 624 praying in the cop car? No, there's not. So thank you very much for that. Oh, we have one more cash app here from Lisa Marie Hill. Savageau said, tried sending emails, didn't go through. Thanks. Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. Oh, and one more from John, sends 20 and says, at this point, I think you should just call Ratchet Madness a tie between Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor. It would be a shame for either of these two to win, not to win at Ratchet Madness. I have to finish that tomorrow. We'll get to that soon. I promise. It's on my list. Okay. Jess Machado's in the chat. I see. I would bet everything I have. There's at least one juror who has already made up their mind that she's innocent. Oh, at least one. I would say at least like a dozen would say that. Okay. And Jess, if you'd like to come up, I can send you a link because Jess is in the courtroom too. She was there for she was there for the Jen McCabe testimony. If she wants to come up and talk about that, I'd be interested to hear what she has to say. So I just sent her a link if she wants to join me briefly to talk about that. But in the meantime, we're going to bang through some more testimony. Okay. Next up, I can see the SUV, but not the body. Let's go to this part. Again, if anyone else wants to have their message read out, Turtle Chat is linked at the top of the chat. and or you can Cash App $ Uncle Turtle Boy to do it that way. How many people we got watching right now? 7,400. Nice. Okay, here we go.
Foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
What about a body?
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out of the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Mr. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
Where's the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The body. She calls John the body. I'm assuming the body was in the front lawn. The front lawn, I was looking directly over. They have like the line of vision shit. It just, they have no explanation for it. Like, how did you see the SUV and the tire tracks in the snow, but you didn't see the body directly in front of it? Well, I wasn't looking at it. I was looking past it. Oh, yeah. Lots of people are buying that.
Problem with that is you were looking.
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct?
All right, so I'm going to fast forward to this part here. This I wish stuff. They love this line. Here we go.
Yes. Okay, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly. Like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
There it is, right?
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all. I'll let the answer stand.
I wish I had. Who said that? Oh, right. Brian Albert said that the other day. Did he come in the house? No, I wish he did. Wish he did. I wish I had. I think Matt McCabe said the same thing. They couldn't be more obvious that they're scripting this together, that they are doing this. I mean, it's like, dude, come on. The jury, again, this is an educated jury. They're seeing this shit. All right. We're going to go to the next part where she sells out Julie Nagel. Let's check this part out.
And to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you did look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody. You did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you would turn around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you.
Correct.
So that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it? No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the 2 girls.
All right. So she just quickly there, remember, she basically said, do we have Jess back there? It says they will need to connect their mic cam before we can add them to stream. Okay, cool. Julie Nagel said that she told the whole car about a black blob, a 6-foot black blob on the lawn. But Matt McCabe says that never happened. And now Jen McCabe says that never happened. So what up with that? What's going on with that? So she's so quick to throw anyone under the bus, and she just doesn't care because she only thinks about herself. I don't know why these people are protecting her. All right, I got Jess Machado here, reporter Jess Machado. Hi, Jess. How you doing?
Hey, everybody. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm good, thank you. So you were in the courtroom for the Jen McCabe testimony. I was not. And my question for you is, what was the jurors' reaction to Jennifer McCabe's testimony? What did they see? Did they seem skeptical? What were they doing?
So overall, I find that most of the jurors don't show much expression. There's only been a handful of moments where I've seen them react. Primarily at any point in time where Peggy O'Keefe seems emotional or is crying, jurors have a tendency to look at her. There are a couple that are in direct eyesight of her. So whenever there's any testimony, and I've noticed anytime the testimony revolves around the audio or the video, but they only hear the audio of Karen screaming at the 34 Fairview when they, the police pull up. That seems to provoke her to cry, and the jurors react to that. They look concerned. There's two jurors in particular that are right on her at all times. So in Kerry Roberts' testimony today, that happened as well. So
But what about Jen? But what about Jen McCabe? How do they react to Jen McCabe?
So I think a lot of them were very confused. I don't know if they were putting it all together. There's some of the jurors are very specific. They write in their notebook. There's 3 men on the end. They're the furthest from where the Jen McCabe is. They never really look that way. They're either looking at Jackson in front of them or Lally or writing. The ones closest, nobody's making any facial expressions to Jen McCabe when she's testifying. They're not reacting to her at all. No matter what she says, when she's defensive, when she's pushing back, they're not reacting to it at all. I think almost everybody pulled out their notebooks and started writing when they were talking about the how long to die in the cold. Everybody was taking notes. I find that a lot of times when they're talking about times and dates, they do take notes. There is one particular juror, and I said that she did this when Chris Albert was on the stand. She did the same thing with Jen McCabe. She locked on her today. She never took her eyes off of her. So even if Lally or Andrew Jackson are speaking, her face stays turned to Jen McCabe. And locks in. It's almost like she's looking for what her reactions are in the downtime when she's not responding and when other things are going on. She was looking at her the whole time. I never saw any reaction from any of the jurors when they started talking about the Google searches. I did see a couple of eyebrows raised. There's a gentleman in the back who's usually expressionless. When Jen was on the stand, he raised his eyebrows a couple of times. But overall, honestly, they're not making any reaction. I know there's one juror who very rarely is participating. He's looking out the window, and in my mind, he's not participating because he has it in his mind that Karen is innocent.
Really?
I feel like he has checked out. There's nothing that anybody's going to say to convince him that she is. You know what I mean? So he's just, and he seems like, I don't know, I can't give too much of a description, but he seems like a really decent fellow. You know what I mean? Like he looks like he's smart. I don't know. It's just the way that he looks every day when he comes in. I just think he's completely checked out. And it doesn't make sense to me that someone that looks that way, presents that way, dresses that way would be checked out of something so important unless he already has his mind made up.
Interesting analysis. Very interesting. So, anyway, I just wanted to have you on to briefly talk about that because I think, you have some firsthand perspective because Jen is clearly speaking to them. She often turns to them. We're going to show some clips where she turns to them. And I think the reaction she's looking for from them is like the head nod. Like,
yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, totally. I totally get what you're saying. Like she looks to them for reassurance because that's all she knows how to do. She's at her house right now with like a bunch of people, like, can you believe the defense is doing this? Oh my God. And they're like, yeah, girl, they're so bad. That Turtle Boy, he's so bad. That Alan Jackson, he's so bad. And she's just so used to hearing that. And so she thinks that she can get the jury to do the same thing, but they're not exactly her typical peer group.
They are not giving her what she wants. And I can tell you for every time she's looking at the jury, there are many times where she looks like she's making eye contact. I've seen the video. They are not even looking at her. There are many times where you may see it on court TV or whatever stream you're watching and you think, wow, they're looking at her. There are many times where nobody's even looking at her at all. It's just she's staring in that direction. She's like so desperate to connect with someone and get a head nod or get some sort of like confirmation on what she's saying is true. But nobody has ever given it to her, not once.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
It's nice to have you in the box, by the way. It's nice to have you in there.
That's what she said.
Bye, everybody.
All right, bye. I had to do that. It's nice to have you in the box. Like, come on. That's the most obvious. That's what she said setup I've ever heard. But it is nice to be in the box. It's real nice to be in the box. Okay. So that's good. Okay. That's gonna get a clip. That's a good one. All right. Come on. I had to do it. I had to do it there. Come on. Anyway, so we're gonna skip here we're gonna go to the next part of Jen McCabe's testimony here. Where'd it go? All right. So we're going to 147. I hit him. I have here. We're gonna go to this part.
Couch. And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific—
Look at the way she says correct. Again, this is important because at no point has Jen McCabe ever in any of her testimony with police and anything like that, grand jury, said that Karen Reed said, I hit him. That's new. Previously, it was like, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Now it's I hit him. Because that sounds a lot worse than could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Now it's I hit him. So how is she gonna word salad her way out of this one?
Specific memory of that event. Do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it?
Yes.
So she reads the testimony. So you guys get the point there with that one. She spends a lot of time on that. All right. Next one I'm going to point out here. Next timestamp. We got a bunch of timestamps to get through here. 156. Now watch this. This is an example of what I was just talking to Jess about. Listen to her start explaining something and then look at the jury. Watch this.
Scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Not one time
12 times
in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, did you?
Never.
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me,
There it is.
or when we were driving in the car.
Look at this. See that? See how she's looking at the jury? She does this when she's backed into a hole. She's like, wait a minute. I need to convince these people. So this story makes no sense. What 12 times you've been asked about what did she say, and never once have you said, I hit him. So what is your explanation, Jen, for why? What is it again? Like, why didn't you tell them that? Like, but she has got an answer.
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions.
That was at the scene to an officer asking questions. So why didn't you mention that in your police reports?
What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
Oh, so she was only talking about the things Karen was saying in the car or other places. She forgot to mention the most incriminating thing that Karen said. And maybe if I look at the jury, then you guys believe me, right? You guys believe me. All right.
And if you're not asked the question.
Next, we're going to go to, okay. We listened to the 911 call. Now we're going to go to the Nicole Albert phone call. So real quick, let me show you again her call logs, because this is important shit. Let's go over to Jennifer McCabe's call logs. No. Oh, here they are. Okay. So here's Jennifer McCabe's call log. And as you can see right here, okay, in this part, it says Coco, that's her sister. She calls Coco at 6:07 and 6:08. It says right here, answered, meaning Nicole answered them. And they spoke for 9 seconds and 7 seconds. Now, this one here to Brian says not answered, just like the ones to John O'Keefe and Tom Beatty say not answered. So when you don't answer a call, it can go to voicemail. When you answer a call, it does not go to voicemail because the person answered it. I know this is really complicated stuff. But again, forensic data shows that at 6:07 and 6:08, she called her sister Nicole, who was inside the house, and Nicole answered the phone. So that means Nicole was awake at 6:07 and 6:08 because they briefly spoke. Enough time to tell her, hey, don't come out the house. Karen's here. Don't come out. Shh, shh, shh. Hang up. But they claim that they slept through the whole thing. So that's why they didn't come out of the house. They claim they slept through the whole thing. So how is she going to explain her way out of this one? Let's find out. Let's go to 242. So listen to the 911 call. At the end of the call, you hear,
Okay. That appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
At the end of the call, you can hear her whisper something into the phone saying, we've played this before. We've analyzed this. Again, this is not the actual 911 call. Karen was calling John on her way to Fairview Road. She sees his body. She drops the phone in the back of the car and jumps out. The phone keeps calling John. And the phone leaves a voicemail on John's, because it's unanswered, so it leaves a voicemail. And leaves a voicemail recording, a 4-minute recording of everything going on in the car, which is Jen calling 911. So it picks up the Jen 911 call, and then it picks up her calling Nicole and whispering, no one's coming out of the house, or something to that effect, something about coming out of the house. You picks it up at the end. So how does she explain this one?
You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
Approximately.
And you've made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, right?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
You
And
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes.
And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call
Yep.
for 6:07. Right?
Objection.
Yeah, how about
We'll
those
strike the
records?
word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Oh, wait.
I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like if you answer my question.
She's like, she knows what he's getting at here. And she's just like, she never answered. What do you mean? It says right on it. It says answered. I don't know what's hard to understand about the word answered, but it says right there, answered. What is their plan here? What is their plan? These people keep showing, we have forensic data on our side. We have forensic data. What planet are you on? The forensic data shows the calls answered. And you're like, I don't care what it says. She didn't answer. So checkmate. That's your plan? It's just like, nope.
Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls,
We'll get to those.
6:07 and 6:08,
We'll get to
at least
those.
the records
Okay.
indicate about 15 seconds worth of.
All right. So that's, again, I don't know what their plan is there. Next lie. What about all those deleted calls? Because when we look at Jen McCabe's call log, this is another thing that's really suspicious. Are all these goddamn deleted ones? Right? Like, All these are deleted between 5:30 a.m. and 9 o'clock. Basically, they're all deleted. Why? But these aren't. Why just these ones? And I got to be honest with you, I've deleted text messages before because they take up room in your phone sometimes, and you just want to delete some text messages. I've never deleted phone calls. Have you guys done that? Is that a thing? Like, I have no reason to ever delete. Like, I could go in and, like, I guess recent calls. Like, why would I ever delete these? Like, why? I see calls here, and I guess I could delete this if I want. But why would I do that ever? Like, can anybody explain that? Does there anyone out there that deletes phone calls? I can understand deleting. Why? Can you explain this to me? Why do you delete phone call records? Like, what is the point? I get text messages, they take up space, right? There's only so much space. What kind of psychopath deletes phone calls? That's bizarre. Like, that's bizarre. And so she is deleting these for some reason. Like, that's in and of itself freaking weird. But only the ones that happen around the time of her finding a dead body. That's it. Just those ones for some reason. So how's she going to explain this one? Let's find out.
Deleted any calls.
Oh, wait. What'd you
When I willingly handed my phone over.
The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement.
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls.
Oh.
When I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
What? So she was like, her plan for like, so what about all these deleted calls? I didn't delete any calls. But it says deleted. I know what it says, but that's cherry picking. Yeah, we're picking the cherries, right? Yeah, like we're like, why'd you pick those ones? Why'd you do that? Yeah, we could talk about the other ones you deleted, but why'd you delete the ones to your sister? Like, why would you do that? Why'd you delete the ones? Why'd you delete all these ones? Like, this fucking, like, what is her, like, is she trying to come across as cunty? Like, is she trying to come across as cunty just the way she's combative? Like, does she think this is a good look with the jury? Do you think there's a single juror? I've seen this jury. It's not her type. These are the kind of people that she would not sit at the lunch table with. It's not going to work, baby girl. Stop it. Your cuntiness is catching up to you. It's not happening. All right. How about this part? The dramatics. 247.
Notwithstanding those phone calls. By the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Look at that face. This is what she always does when she gets caught in a lie. She's like, that was my friend. That was my friend. It was a hysterical scene. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was dead. You fucking piece of shit, Alan Jackson. How dare you ask me about deleted phone calls? Why aren't we asking about how sad I am about John O'Keefe? Fucking piece of shit. Alan Jackson. How dare you? Why are we talking about all these shady things I'm doing? We should be talking about John's dead. Did you know John's dead? Did you know he was my friend? Was he your friend? No, he was my friend. So who cares about all these deleted calls? We should be talking about my friend. Bitch, this whole thing is about John O'Keefe. It's the John O'Keefe murder trial. Your friend has not been forgotten. Like, what? Now watch this, Alan Jackson's response to that. He's like, what's been forgotten is my friend.
I don't think anybody's forgotten.
I don't think anyone's forgotten about that, bitch. That's what we're all here for. That's what we're all here for. We call it justice for John O'Keefe and free Karen Reed and free Turtle Boy while we're at it. But okay, now the funniest part of the testimony, I think we can all agree, came around the 2:51 mark. Let's cue this up.
What you should do with your cell phone.
No,
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
no,
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
no,
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh, what? Wait, what? What'd you say? One more time. What did you just say, girl? Wait, did you say what I think you said?
Those calls that were made that early morning.
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh, God. I'm an honest and truthful. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, it's like she's trying to. I mean, I've never seen such a pathological liar. Like, I'm an honest. Thank you for the comedy, Jen. That was worth the price of admission right there. I'm an honest and truthful person. Oh, not a single person believes that. Literally no one. Okay. Again, here's this more 253. Let's play this part.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before, going into the early morning hours, with each other.
So everyone is at 34 Fairview Road. All these witnesses allowed to get their stories straight while Karen Reed's in the hospital. That seems inappropriate. What's up with that, Jen? How are you explain that one? Why all you people were allowed to just be around each other, not separated, and get your story straight? What's up with that?
With no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in a state of shock and horror. Again, it's just the dramatics of it all. Like, I'm so affected by this. How dare you question me about my bizarre, strange, incriminating behavior? I was in shock and horror, don't you know? Don't you know? Okay, next time clip. This was an interesting one. I didn't know that. Again, I learned something new every day about Kevin Albert. Let's play this clip.
And correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
I was told later it was Kevin.
I was told later.
So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I was in a state of shock. She keeps hiding behind that. I was in shock. I remember the V-shaped tie. I was in shock. Yeah, shock. Why is Kevin Albert there? If the Canton PD has been conflicted off this case, Kevin Albert's so much more involved in this than I think most people realize. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting one. How about this? The butt dial part. Let's get to the butt dials. They all butt dial. 302.
Thank you.
So between 12:40 and 12:50, she calls John O'Keefe 6 times. 6 times. Between at 27 or 29, one of the times he answers. Let's just go look at her call log real quick. It's always interesting to look at Jen McCabe's call log. You can learn so much from it. All right. So, or was it John O'Keefe's? All right. What do we have here? This is John O'Keefe's call log. Okay. And this, yeah. So this is all the times right here that Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe. So she calls him at 12:14, answered. That's when they were like, where to? Like, where are we going? Give us directions. She's like 34 Fairview Road. 12:18, he's like in the neighborhood. Where's it at again? Answered. Okay. And then at 12:29, he gets an incoming call from her. And it's answered for 8 seconds. But we know by 12:29, they had already beat the shit out of John. So that means she was probably looking for the phone. Or trying to pretend like John's still alive. And being like, well, he must have been alive because he answered the phone, right? Don't you know? And then she calls him all these times, okay? 12:41 to 12:50. Now, watch this. Listen to this interaction.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between
Yes.
or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah,
You're right.
correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
Yeah, we saw
And then
that.
at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
What?
The record shows
The 12:29 call. What about she says no. Again, this is yet another example of her looking at forensic data and be like, nope, wasn't me.
it shows pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure. 12:29. I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m.
Yeah, let's
call.
talk about that.
That one in the Celebrate extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah.
Second row from the top.
12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29.
No,
29 call, correct?
we didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise, or to voicemail something.
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls.
Yeah, what's up with those?
Between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly.
What is this one going to show? What is this one going to? She's still pretending. Look at it. She's like, wait a minute. How am I going to talk my way out of this one? She's acting like she's just saying, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. She's like, fuck. They got us. Well, let me just read them over some more. Okay.
MSISDN user. There's a number that ends there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
0142. I'm sorry, 0142.
Isn't that you? That's you. That's you, Jen.
Yes. So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what about this document.
Yes.
Huh.
Sure.
Okay, so let's fast forward a bit to right here. Let's get back to see what it says.
Look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't leave the phone number out. Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Who's that?
That's mine.
Okay.
That's me.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get mixed up. Does this appear to be Celebrate extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time.
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you've been turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14, after that all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
Do you? It's not there. It's not there. We've seen her call logs. There are no calls between her and John. They appear on John's phone, but they don't appear on her phone because she deleted them. She says she doesn't delete calls, but she's deleted all the ones to John. So where's that at? How's she going to talk her way out of this one? Oh, she's like, let me just stare at them for longer and act like I'm so shocked. Wait a minute. I'm so confused. I'm so confused about what happened here. What is this data? Wait, what? I don't know how
there are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I assume.
I see a call.
Okay. Oh, wait. Let me keep thinking about. Oh, how am I going to?
This report has
what
times everywhere.
Oh yeah, I'm
It's
so
chronological
confused.
except for the calls that were deleted.
Yeah, it's chronological.
You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
Yeah.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m.
Yeah, where are
between
those?
12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
Not one. Where'd they go? She's like, how am I going to lie?
It's very hard to.
Yeah.
This report.
Oh, it's hard to read.
Time
Yeah,
wise.
yeah.
Every single time on the report, about that many.
Tell about, yeah. You see, Jen, when things are listed in chronological order, that's like the way they happen. So if you're looking to call for a call before 5:30 a.m., it should be like above it because it's chronological. But she's, oh, I'm so dumb. I don't know how to read this. Me no read.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Sounds like
Okay,
an
but you
order.
look at every one of the entries. There's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or
Yeah,
even subsequent
can you
12:29.
find those ones, Jen? Can you?
They're all shown on John O'Keefe's phone. You agree with that?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Correct.
Yeah,
May I
okay.
approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so there's another lie she's caught in. Now let's go to this one, 318. It's going to be a long show, folks. Might be a little longer than I thought. Okay, let's go to this one. We're getting there. So this is the one about deleting shit with her daughter, which is bizarre that she admits this.
Well, Mr. Lally is looking through that packet. Can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the two officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters, and they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So she asked the troopers, can I delete the text messages with my daughter? And they said, yeah, go ahead, just delete evidence. It's not like your daughter, Allie, was Colin Albert's getaway driver or anything like that. Yeah, just delete the communications. The cops are like, sure, delete whatever the fuck you want to delete. Just let us know when we can get the phone back. And then just delete what you need to delete first and then pass it in. Again, she's just throwing troopers under the bus. Thank God. God bless her for that.
Other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any.
Oh,
phone
she
calls
doesn't
at
recall.
all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
Well, that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls.
Yeah,
Did you not-
that changed. That changed real quick. Okay. Now let's talk about this whole Kerry thing. That bizarre. So Kerry comes over her house. Okay. This is new to us. I think it's like January 30th. Kerry comes over the McCabe's house at 3:00. And for some reason, they're eating dinner at that time. And Kerry does an interview with the police at Jen McCabe's house on the phone, because apparently the phone doesn't work at Kerry's house. So she has to go to Jen's house to do the police interview. Why is she really there? Because Jen wants to keep an eye on Kerry, because she wants to make sure Kerry's, she can't afford to lose Kerry. She got to make sure Kerry's on board. Kerry needs to be a good dog. Good dog. But just listen to this.
Where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote. Correct. So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over to my house.
And you two sat down and went over a quote timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
No, I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and quote unquote go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection.
Super helpful.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
Oh, our
And so you
friend.
made sure that you
Our
created
friend.
and drafted
Our
with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her.
No, bitch, it's Kerry's friend. We saw that. Kerry Roberts, a lot of criticism of her on the show over the years. She showed us in court today that she is John's real friend, right? Not you. But she's trying to like lump herself in with Carrie, like our friend. No, bitch, it's her friend. John was not your friend because you wouldn't kill him if he was an actual friend. And so they're over the house making a timeline, and then she blames it on Peggy O'Keefe. Peggy O'Keefe got us to make the timeline. Nothing's Jen's fault. And so she's over there talking to police.
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe. She was creating this timeline with you on February.
So she's like, oh, so she's texting the group chat like, oh, got her under control. She's doing good. She's doing good.
February 1st, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not?
Yeah, what's up with that?
That's not in the chats.
The answer is yes.
She sat down for an interview with the police, did she?
When?
Tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st, at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're still bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Right?
There was on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
Oh,
so using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Why is she doing an interview at Jen McCabe's house with the police? Does she not have her own home? Go home, Carrie. Go home. What are you doing there during dinner time of all times at 3 p.m.? What are you doing there? And Jen is saying that, oh, she didn't hear anything that Carrie says in this interview. Yet in the text messages, she's like, Carrie's doing great.
They came to my house to interview me, and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
She did, yes.
That wasn't that hard. You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
She's
You were
eating
present
dinner.
for the interview, Ms. McCabe.
I was in the house, yes.
And you listened.
No,
No, I did not.
No. Not
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
Right.
from? Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to
No,
it in a
you
second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
Not really.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group, she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation
Everything.
points.
Everything.
Yes.
Everything we want her to say.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff.
All the stuff.
Correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
So when you said a couple of minutes
You're
ago, you
innocent.
weren't listening to what she was saying. That was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
What?
Okay, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview. to the police
Karen's arrested.
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
The one, no, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation, and I was horrified by it.
Horrified. I was horrified by it. She always, this is what she does. She gets caught in a lie, and then she's just like, I'm horrified. This whole thing was horrified. I lost my good friend. How dare we? Let's talk about my emotions instead of talking about the facts. Let's talk about my emotions.
Police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group. Yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it.
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Is that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person.
Look at that. Again, she's looking at the see, guys, I'm not lying. You guys believe me, right? Let me look at you with my gap tooth there. You guys believe me, right?
Not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
I was so shocked and horrified.
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
You decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert's friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back?
Yes, I said she told them everything.
Watch this.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
See that?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written.
All right. So let me fast forward to this part here where I just wrote in my notes, cunty. So let me play this part. I guess she's cunty here.
Listening. You said you listening.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eating. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
But why, Ms. McCabe, does your story, does your testimony keep evolving?
That's
a second ago, you said, you told this jury, you said I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room. She's going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
Oh, Carrie,
And you're
yes,
listening
like
on
she
and
does.
on and
She's
on,
always
like you
crapping
do.
on
I was
Carrie.
probably hearing bits and pieces.
Carrie doesn't shut the fuck up. Like she does. She's a
Why is it so
chatterbox.
important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, what's up with that, Jen? Why are you
We
happy?
both lost our friend.
Oh, here we go. The
Carrie
emotions.
Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock.
This is what she does whenever she's caught in a lie. We were in shock. Let's talk about emotions again. Oh, yeah.
The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to
Yeah,
us.
you guys believe me, right? Again, you guys believe me, right? There's a reason I keep getting caught in all this. You guys believe me, don't you? Totally.
And it's terrifying when you
It's
go through an
terrifying.
experience and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in shock.
We're terrified.
And
Yeah,
Carrie
sure.
was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together. And I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Like, look at that. Like, it's just like, that's, you love. She said she loved him, the man in the snow, the guy. She loved, how long to die in cold? You loved him? Fuck you, Jen. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you evil, black-hearted piece of shit. You absolute waste of space. Fuck you. You've never loved anyone your entire life except for yourself. Just, I hope you burn in eternal hell. You know, go hang out with Brian Riccio in hell, and you two can roast marshmallows together there for all I give a fuck. Burn in eternal hell, you vile, evil fucking cunt. Seriously. You're the worst person. You're the worst person who's ever lived. You're, you know, you haven't killed as many people as Hitler, but you're kind of a worse person than him. Like, you're fucking evil. Like, you're just fucking evil. There's no other way around it. Evil. Oh, hate you. Anyway, go on.
You happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out from Carrie Roberts.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report. It's a blank. Grand jury. Write that down.
He's so good. He's just so good. He's so good on his feet. You know, about like the story you've created. Like this is what they love to do. Be like, you created a story, bitch. They followed the facts and the data and the forensics. They didn't create shit. You created shit, motherfucker. Or how about this part? 346 and 50. Okay.
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th. This is on page 2226.
Wait, what did she say about keeping?
She says, quote, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it," end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What's that about? Yeah.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
We were not going to let it leave our circle. Look at those eyes. Look at those crazy eyes. Does she think she comes across good doing this? Yikes. All right. And then they have the whole part about going to Lank's house to social, like, oh, we were just going over there. Lank's off the case, but we're just going over there. And our daughters are friends together. And oh, shut up. All you people are fucking hideous. Okay. Now we got today's to get through with her. And luckily she was only for an hour today. So we're almost done. Right. We're almost done. But before we do that, let me read a couple turtle chats here. And then we'll bang through what she did today. Okay. Whitney sends $10 and says, tomorrow is World Turtle Day. Has to be a good sign. Thanks for all the laughs and fighting for the little guy. My pleasure, Whitney. Happy World Turtle Day. Janie sends $15 and says, to think you began this. I'm so glad you did, and I truly believe justice will be served properly. Thank you, Turtle Boy. You know, I try not to, I'm a humble guy at the end of the day, but it is pretty cool to see whenever we go anywhere now, it's just like this Free Karen Read movement that we've started here. And so how many people, millions of people are on board with the Free Karen Read movement. And it's very cool to see for sure. And no one knows this case like I do, quite frankly. Like nobody, I know this case like the inside, like I got evidence of everything. Like you name it, like whatever. You guys get the point. Thank you. Appreciate that, Janie. Grant sniffs Bev's chair, sends $15 and says, Jen said she was outside of the vehicle when she was talking to 911. The voicemail wouldn't have picked up her voice. Lying bitch, you're absolutely right about that. She was not outside the vehicle. Thank you. Rachel sends $25 and says, am I missing something? Jen was texting John, looking out the storm door 5 times and butt dialed John 7 times, all within 30 minutes. Yes, that's correct. That, according to her, that's what she wants the jury to believe. And she says, strong work, Turtle Boy. Thank you, Rachel. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Kelly sends $25 and says, what a shame that because Karen Read is everything they are not, they choose to blame her for this horrible tragedy. Jealous women are dangerous. Yeah, tell me about it. You might end up doing 60 days in a can over it. But I know the feeling. They're all attracted to each other. They've all found each other, haven't they, folks? Thank you. Samantha sends $20 and says, 7-3 pull up. Okay, thank you, Samantha. Samantha sends $10 and says, getting really frustrated with new people starting to follow the case. Hey, let's be patient. Apparently, because of your fake witness intimidation, people are being seared away from your channel, which is such bullshit because you've exposed so much and done so much research. I wish there was a way to inform the new masses of how your witness intimidation is fact. Yeah, that should be a rule. Like, I think...
And I want to thank New York's Finest. They just brought a lot of additions. So we have people, thousands of people outside that can't even get in, but they'll get in eventually. We appreciate it. New York's Finest. Hello, New York City, and hello to all of the incredible, tough, strong, hardworking American patriots right here in the Bronx. Who would think? Who would think? I'm thrilled to be back in the city I grew up in, the city I spent my life in, the city I helped build, and the city that we all love, New York City. And I'm here tonight to declare that we are going to turn New York City around, and we are going to turn it around very, very quickly. We're going to bring safety back to our streets. We're going to bring success back to our schools. We're going to bring prosperity back to every neighborhood and every borough of the greatest city in our land. We're going to reduce taxes. We're going to bring businesses and big taxpayers back to New York. Got to bring them back. Got to bring them back. And we're going to make New York bigger, better, and more beautiful than ever before. And that includes right here in the Bronx. And it's going to be done and funded starting on January 20th, directly from our great and beautiful White House. Is that okay? For my whole life, I always thought that this city is a monumental testament to the power of the American spirit and the American dream. When New York started as a small, rugged Dutch trading post near the tip of Manhattan in 1624, what you see around you is nothing more than wilderness and marsh. But by the muscle and backbone and genius of the people of New York, we built the city into the towering forest of iron, aluminum, concrete, and steel. We made this city and state into the capital of global commerce. We turned our hometown into the bustling center of a confident, glamorous American culture, and we inspired the entire world. We inspired the world. No matter where you went on this planet, everyone knew that when you said, "I'm a New Yorker," it meant you had smarts, you had grit, you had energy, and above all else, you had heart. You had heart. Big, big, beautiful heart. Everybody wanted to be here. New York was where you came to make it big. You want to make it big, you had to be in New York. But sadly, this is now a city in decline. Throughout my life, I've seen New York through good times and bad, through boom times and crime waves, through market crashes and terrorist attacks. But I've never seen it quite like this. We have filthy encampments of drugged out homeless people living in our places that we've spent so much time with children where they used to play. We have lunatics killing innocent bystanders by pushing them onto the railroad tracks for sport. Our it's a sad thing. Don't worry. It gets positive. Don't worry. It gets so positive. Remember, we're going to win. We're all winners. We're going to win so big. We're going to make it bigger and better than ever before. Remember that. So don't worry. By the time the other 6,000 or 7,000 people get in, it'll be very positive. Our subways are squalid and unsafe. The ceiling tiles are falling down, and they look worse than a third world country. The medians of our highways are crumbling. Our sidewalks are littered with garbage, bottles, and trash. But worst of all, the discarded needles from people that so desperately are in need of help. And we have mobs of migrants fighting our police officers and giving America the middle finger. But we are not going to let this continue. We are not going to abandon our hope and our pride. This city has given us so much, and now it is time that we are going to give it back. Together, we are going to make New York City great again, and simultaneously, we are going to make America great again. Thank you. I have come tonight to talk about solving problems. The simple fact is Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx. He's not getting the job done for New York, and he's not getting the job done for America. He is incompetent, ladies and gentlemen. He is grossly incompetent. I will get the job done as I did for 4 years, and I will get it done fast. And remember this, if a New Yorker can't save this country, no one can. No one can. Get me the snake, please. The snake. Thank you, everybody. What a crowd. This is something. You know, we wanted to keep it small because who knew? This is like a love fest. Love fest. It's a love fest. We love you. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Wow. Who said we're not going to win New York? We're going to win New York so much. You know, if we win New York, we win the whole thing. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to take back our country and we'll do a job like nobody's ever done before? And what we did for 4 years was incredible, but we also learned a lot. We're going to get in there very fast with the right people, great people, people that are tested and true. Years ago, there was an ice skating rink, the Wallman rink in the middle of Central Park. You know that story? That had been under construction for more than 10 years. They couldn't get it open. It was a renovation. They couldn't get it done. Mayor Koch was at his wits' ends. They just couldn't get it finished. They couldn't get it built. They couldn't get it open. People wanted to skate before their children turned old. Almost $20 million was spent over a long period of time. It was an embarrassment to the city. Every day they'd be laying the copper pipe, and every night that same pipe would be stolen. And then they'd start all over again the next day, and it would be stolen. This went on weeks and weeks and months and months. They poured the concrete in small patches in wrong directions and at different heights. And they took their advice from a refrigerator company from Miami, where it's 95 degrees out. It was a total mess. They just didn't know what they were doing. And I saw this, and I wanted my children to be able to ice skate before. They didn't care about ice skating. I looked down on the rink, and I said, what is going on? Years and years. So I volunteered, and I took over the project and did a good job. And when I took it over, I said that if it costs more than $2 million, I would pay for it, the entire amount. But it cost far less. The first thing I did was call the Montreal Canadiens hockey team in Canada, right? Isn't that better than a refrigerator company from Miami? They didn't know what we were talking about. But the Montreal Canadiens knew, and they were really nice. I'll never forget how nice they were. And they told me that you don't want to use copper tubing and gas because the gas is very delicate and it leaks. It's very fragile. It just doesn't work. You want to use rubber hose. I said, I like that. That's a lot cheaper. Water and salt. The salt makes it so the water doesn't freeze. It's called brine. And you're going to put that under the concrete. You're going to pour the concrete over the top. It's going to be great. It's going to work. Not going to leak. It's cheaper, faster. And it works all the time. And when we opened, there were no leaks. There were no problems whatsoever. Anyway, I started the project, laid the rubber hose, mixed the water and the salt beautifully together. I was down there when they were doing it. I said, you got to do it right. And covered the entire rink with concrete in 4, literally, you had to see the scene. Concrete trucks operated by the Teamsters. Do we have any Teamsters here? Oh, you got to make sure that O'Brien, he's a good man. He endorses Trump. I think he's going to, actually. But the Teamsters, it stretched all the way. You had trucks stretching all the way from the Woolman Rink, which was, let's say, at 60th Street, all the way back to Harlem. One contiguous pour. It was a day and a half of pouring concrete. One contiguous, a giant surface. As you know, the rink was completed in just 3 months for far less than the $2 million projected. The biggest expense was actually the demolition. That is the demolishing of everything that was built so incorrectly, so badly over a 10-year period. The biggest cost was demolition, taking it all down and starting all over. We opened with a ceremony with all Olympic gold medal winners, including the great Peggy Fleming, Dorothy Hamill, Scott Hamilton, and all of the others. Every one of them was there. It was a beautiful night, beautiful weather. I'll never forget the evening. It was one of the most beautiful. My parents were there. Now they're looking down on us. They say, wow, that's my son. Can you imagine? That's my son. Can you imagine? He's being tried in a court with a crooked judge. Can you believe this? Can you believe it? And highly conflicted judge at that. But everybody was there, and it was really something to behold. It was an incredible experience, and one of the great experiences of my life in New York. We opened it. It's been successful, and successful ever since. What a great, great experience. It was beautiful. And, you know, a lot of it's common sense. You'd like to say the Republican Party is the party of common sense. You don't go to Miami when you want to make ice. You go to Canada when you want to make ice, right? Or you can go right down the road in the Bronx to Ferry Point, right? Everybody know about Ferry Point. It was another disaster, a development where the city had spent over 29 years, almost $300 million trying to develop it into a luxury golf resort, anything. They'll take anything. They were spending money. You know, trucks were going here, dumping, getting filled up, moving it here, dumping, getting filled up with the same stuff. This went on for years, back and forth, the same stuff. They were feather bedding. They were doing lots of bad things. But really, they didn't know how to get it done. They had no idea how much money they were spending. And when asked how much they spent, they said, we just don't know. This has been going on for years, decades. They were unable to do it. And at the time, the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, said, no, it's all right. It's okay. Now, Michael Bloomberg was the mayor, and he called me. He said, I have to get this done before I finish my term. It was very important to him. He was embarrassed by it. Everybody was embarrassed. It was Mayor Koch. It went through a lot of different mayors. Almost 30 years, remember that. And he said, in all fairness, he said, I want to get this done, and you're the one that can do it. You're the only one that can do it. And I said, and I will do it. I will get it done. And we got it done before he finished his term, which was great. But there were no other bidders to my knowledge. And I took over the project, spending only my money to build it. And I called all of the contractors together. These were tough people. These were tough, hard people. Many of you are probably contractors on that site. Come to that. And I said, look, fellas, you guys have made a fortune on this thing for years and years against the city. It's time we get together and build it. Let's get it built. Let's do it right. And let's get the hell out of here. We owe it to the city. And they worked so hard. The roughest, toughest contractors in New York. They had spirit like you've never seen before. And it was magnificently designed by the great Jack Nicklaus, who told me, I don't want to make any more money. They paid me enough. Everybody got paid a fortune. Jack said, I don't want money. I just want to see it get built for the people of New York. And that's what we did. But everybody, just like Jack, they said very similar things. These guys were rough and tough, and they made a lot of money, but you'd think they'd want to make more, but they didn't. They just wanted to get it built. And in just a little more than a year, so this was going on for 30 years, including, think of it, just a magnificent thing to watch. You had to watch these people working, just the opposite of what took place for the first 29 years. But we had a magnificent world-class golf course that many of you have played now. And it's rated as one of the best public courses in the country. And then a short while later, we built a beautiful clubhouse, one of the prettiest I've seen, built it, completed. The project was absolutely beautiful. It opened to great fanfare and great, great success. And do you want to hear the end result, though? Should I? Should I go off teleprompter and tell you the end result? You think Biden goes off teleprompter? I don't think so. He's no good on teleprompter. No, but okay, so I did this beautiful job. And then we had a dispute over January 6th. We had a dispute. And they said, January 6th, we want to terminate his agreement with the city, had a long-term agreement with the city. And they sent me a notice of termination. I said, wait a minute. I just spent $25 million building it, built this magnificent clubhouse. It's in full operation. It took you 29 years. You were spending hundreds of millions of dollars. You couldn't get it done. And the neighborhood came to court totally for me. The Bronx neighborhood, it's in the Bronx. It's on the East River in the Bronx. And we went to court. The city sued to break my agreement that they had just made. And I had done such a great job for them. And it was accolades everywhere. Golf Magazine, all of the big magazines were saying, what a great job. They terminated my agreement and I went to court. And I will tell you, I had a very good experience. We had a Supreme Court justice named Deborah James. And I have to give her credit. I didn't know her, never met her. Deborah James, a African-American woman who came to my defense. We explained it and the city explained it. They said, we want to terminate it. They had no reason. And we said what we just said. And she looked at them and she said, in effect, how dare you? This man came in, he put up his own money. He did an incredible job. You were building it for 29 years. How dare you ask for this to be terminated? How unfair is that? Deborah James, a great Supreme Court justice. That's all I can tell you. And we won the case. But it's not easy doing business in New York, I'll tell you. Not easy. So I just appreciated that. I had to tell that story. And as you know, then I renovated Grand Central Terminal. I built the Grand Hyatt Hotel on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. And as part of that, I renovated the beautiful Grand Central Terminal, did a really good job of that. And then I was very much responsible for the construction of the Jacob Javits Convention Center, where Hillary Clinton was going to have her big evening. That was not good. Remember? We had the glass ceiling. You know, we built glass ceiling. She said, we're going to break the glass ceiling. It didn't work out. You know, I'll tell you a little secret that I don't think I've ever. I hated the concept. I said, we have to get on with our country. We have to win against Russia. We have to win against China, North Korea, all the different countries we're at loggerheads with. But as long as you have a smart president, you're going to win those battles. We're winning all those battles, even with the fake Russia scam, which made it harder. But you hated that. And then you see what they want to do to us, to me, to us. And they come along and they don't mind because Joe Biden is the worst president in the history of our country, has no sense, doesn't know what he's doing, grossly incompetent, and our country is going to hell, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast. Because above all else, and I say this, and I believe this on New York, is you are different. You do know that. You know that when I called for this rally, we said, let's just have a meeting. Don't call it a rally. And so many people showed up. I said, like it or not, this is a rally. This is as far as the eye can see. You have to see the lines outside. They're going for miles. But when we saw it and we saw the love, because I called up this morning, do the people like me or do they hate me? They said, they don't like you, sir. They love you. I said, oh, thank you. So I appreciate it. And I love you too. But above all else, boy, look at all the cameras back there. That's amazing. That's the fake news. Yeah. You know, they'll say tonight, Donald Trump spoke to a very small crowd of people in the Bronx. It was a very hostile crowd, very hostile. They hated him very much. No, sometimes they're okay. You know, I agreed to do a debate with Crooked Joe Biden on CNN with Fake Tapper. And I think they'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? I might be. No. That's all right. When they said, here's your story, you can have a debate on CNN with Fake Tapper as the primary host. And I said, I'll do it. Because you know what they thought is you'd say CNN and they'd say various people on the show, various anchors, and, you know, headed up by Fake Tapper. And they thought I was going to reject it. I don't want to do it. Then Biden would say, I offered to debate, but he wouldn't do it. So they said, we want to have a debate. I'll take it. Well, we haven't even told you what the debate is all about. Then they said today, we'd like to set up tables so you sit down. I said, I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go. At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for the debate. And here's what you know. If Crooked Joe Biden makes it through the debate, which I think he will, they're going to say it was one of the great debate performances in history. One of the greatest debate performances. But there they are. And we're on every network tonight. I don't know what's going on. We're on Fox. We're on all of them. So have a lot of fun, but we're on all of them. So they understood. They understood before anyone how big this would be. And you got to see what's back there coming in. Thank you. Thank you. But above all, New Yorkers have something called common sense, and we do have common sense. An old-fashioned American common sense is exactly what I intend to bring back to the White House, just like we had for 4 years. You know, we had 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. We rebuilt the military, we cut taxes, the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. We defeated ISIS. And we did it in about 1/100th the time. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. It took me like 2 months, right? Because we have an incredible military and we're not allowed to show. They had Afghanistan, the worst pullout, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. It's probably the reason, a piece of it, why Russia went into Ukraine. They said, these people are incompetent. We'll go in. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this stuff that you see would have happened. Israel would have never happened, the attack on October 7th, and you wouldn't have had inflation. As soon as I get back into the Oval Office, I am going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call your mayor and your governor, and I'm going to say, this is President Trump, and I want to come back and help. Look, you have a Democrat governor, you have a Democrat mayor, and we are going to work with them, and we're going to get this state and this city at a level that it's never seen before, frankly. I think we can do that, too. We're going to be helping them a lot, much more than anybody would expect. It doesn't matter whether they're Democrats or Republicans, because this is about our city and our country, and it's really about the people. And in this case, the people of New York City, New York State. We're going to make you very, very happy. And Biden can't do it. He doesn't know he's alive. You know, see all the stairs here? Stair, 2 of them behind me, 1 in the middle. When he's finished with his 2.5 minute, you know, do you ever watch a speech? They last for about 1.5 minutes. When he's finished with his speech, he can never find the stairs. He can never find the stairs. And when he does, it's not a pretty picture either. Thank goodness for Secret Service. They come up and they guide them off. No, this is not what we need. When you see President Xi of China, when you see Kim Jong-un of North Korea, when you see Putin and you see all of these people, they're at the top of their game, whether you like it or not, and they can't believe that this has happened to the United States. We have lost respect all over the world. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago, and now we're being laughed at. We're like a joke, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We're going to do whatever it takes to fix our roads, bridges, and highways. We're going to take back our parks, not just for children, but for everybody. We're going to renovate New York's subway system so it no longer looks like it hasn't been cleaned since 1932, but rather it will be the most beautiful transit system anywhere in the world. I don't know if you know it. It's by far the biggest infrastructure, subway infrastructure in the world. And we're going to make it by far the biggest. And now we're going to make it by far the best. We're going to make it beautiful again. And a lot of it is topical. You know, the expensive work people don't understand because they're not in construction. It's topical work. It's topical. It's built. The expensive, the hard, the labor, the money, the big stuff is done. We're going to make it beautiful. We're going to make it good. And most importantly, we're going to let New York's finest do its job. The transit cops do their job. We're going to make it safe. Most importantly. And importantly for the people that are before me today, we are going to make life in New York affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy, the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered none, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a perfect number, 1.4%. It doesn't matter whether you're black or brown or white or whatever the hell color you are. It doesn't matter. We are all Americans, and we're going to pull together as Americans. We all want better opportunity. I'm not just going to promise it. I'm going to deliver it as I did just a short while ago. Think of it. You know, when I went down to Washington, I was only there 17 times. I never stayed over. I didn't know that society. And we had great people. Look at what we did with economic development, with the rebuilding of our military, with the tax cuts, we had great people. But we also had some people that I wouldn't have used if I had my choice. Now I know everybody. I know the smart ones. I know the dumb ones. I know the killers. I know the weak ones. I know them all. And you're going to see. But everyone was better off. We had the greatest economy in history. Everybody was better off under a man named President Donald J. Trump. Have you ever heard of him? Have you heard of him? We had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon, and actually times when it was much lower than that. We had a record low poverty rate for Black Americans and Hispanic Americans. We had the best poverty rate in terms of the positive number ever in our history for Black Americans and Hispanic Americans. We lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty. Nothing like that has ever happened in our country. And the real middle class income rose over $6,000 a year. Think of that. Under Biden, it's a disaster. Real middle class income has fallen over $2,000 a year. That's a lot. That's a difference of $8,000. Real earnings for African Americans are down 5.6%. African Americans are getting slaughtered. Hispanic Americans are getting slaughtered. And these millions and millions of people that are coming into our country, the biggest impact and the biggest negative impact is against our Black population and our Hispanic population, who are losing their jobs, losing their housing, losing everything they can lose. They're the ones that are affected most by what's happening. Not only the fact that you've lost the use of your schools, your parks, and your hospitals. Joe Biden's inflation. Do they have that? Do they have it? Speaking of the wall, so we built much more wall than we built 571 miles of wall. We had the safest, border in history. We were going to put up within a period of 3 weeks. It was all built, laying there, ready to be put up, designed by the Border Patrol, who are incredible people, ICE, who are incredible people, all together. I wanted to put up concrete plank for the contractors here. They didn't want it. They had to have hardened steel. They wanted 6,000, 7,000 pound concrete. They wanted rebar in the middle. They wanted different materials, harder to cut. So we had very hard steel, very good stuff. Everything was good. We had the panel on top. It was called an anti-climb panel. We had the best wall, and it was going to be, we're going to add 200 miles of wall. It would have taken about 3 weeks. And then we had the rigged election. And you know what happened after the rigged election? They took the wall, and instead of putting it up, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, these people really do want to have an open border. And that's what's happened to our country. Our country has gone to hell because of it. It's gone to hell. But I want to thank Mexico. I want to thank, because I went to Mexico. We really have no choice. He said, send them back. There's a chance, send them back. Nobody wants to send anybody back, but you have no choice. This is not sustainable by any country, right? This is not sustainable. But we had Mexico, and we went to Mexico, and I said to the president of Mexico, good man, by the way, a very good guy, happens to be a socialist, but these are minor details. I said to him, Mr. President, we need you to give us 28,000 soldiers to guard the wall. He said, well, how much would you pay for that? I said, nothing. I'm not paying anything. You're sending them in. They're coming in caravans. You have to do it. And he smiled and he laughed. He thought it was funny. He thought it was like, I was kidding. I said, no. They're coming in through Mexico. We need 28,000 soldiers, free of charge. And he said, Donald, I cannot do that. I said, here's what you do. I don't want to embarrass you, so I'm not going to negotiate with you. Send me a negotiator. Give me a top negotiator. I want to see him. And he came to the White House, a very handsome man, dressed in one of the most beautiful suits I've ever seen. In fact, I was going to ask him, who is your tailor? I'd like to buy one of those suits, but I didn't think it was appropriate to start the negotiation that way. And I said, you know that you're going to give us 28,000 soldiers, don't you? No, we are not going to. We will never do that. I said, of course you're going to. 100%. He said, we're not going to. He said, no way. I said, way. You're going to give it. He said, 100%. And you're also going to have a new policy. It's called Remain in Mexico. Nobody can come into our country until they're free. And then you're going to have catch and release into Mexico. We have catch and release into our country. Even if they're criminals, we catch them, we check them, we see they're a criminal, we release them, we say, come back 5 years later, you'll have a court case. Nobody ever comes back. So I said to the State Department, and a wonderful woman, but a bad negotiator, I said to the State Department, give me a top 10 list. Give me a top 10 things. I said to ICE and Border Patrol, give me a top 10. They gave me a top 10 list. And a lot of it had to do with all of the horrible disease that pours through. People that have highly contagious diseases are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. So many other things. And they gave me a top 10 list, but they laughed. They said, sir, they'll never do. We've been trying to get this stuff for 25 years. I said, if I were a betting man, I would bet you any amount of money. You'll have it very quickly. So this man comes in. I said, we want a policy, remain in Mexico, Tijuana. Probably the fastest growing city in the world for a period of a year. That place was loaded up with people. They weren't allowed into our country. And we had already built a lot of the wall, a tremendous amount, 571 miles. Without that, we couldn't have ever done this. And he said that we're not going to do it, sir. I said, you are going to do it. He said, we're not. I said, here's the story. I'm not going to mess around with you. I have to go. I have a very important meeting, much more important than this. I said, here's the story. You're either going to do it. It's Friday evening. Or on Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, we are going to put a 25% tariff on everything that Mexico sends into our country. And then 1 month later, if you don't do it, we're going to put a 50%. Then we're going to go 75. And because I'm a nice person, we're going to stop at a 100% tariff. And and I had it literally written. I'm saying, should I sign it or not? Am I going to waste the ink or not? Because I'll sign it right now. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, you're going to pay up to $100 tariff. He said, sure, I'd like to make a phone call. I said, I wonder who you're going to call. Let me guess, you're going to call the president. He comes back 3 minutes later. Sir, it would be our great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers free of charge. It would be our great honor to have a policy of remain in Mexico. Anyway, we got all 10 things. It took about like 10 minutes. It was not. And now the other day, did you see? Mexico said to crooked Joe Biden, we want $20 billion a year just for the privilege of negotiating with you. We want you to pay us. Did you see that? It was a little article. You hardly. There's a slight difference, would you say? He would have never asked that. He would have never asked it. So he said they want 20 billion. 20 billion, not 20 million's a lot. They want 20 with a B, $20 billion a year just for the privilege of negotiating with Mexico. And you would never get the things that they gave up, remain in Mexico. They gave up catch and release in Mexico. They gave up everything. They gave up everything. They did. They did give up the Constitution. Joe Biden, his inflation has cost the average New York household a staggering $24,000. Think of that, because the costs have gone up so much. Bacon has gone. I don't eat bacon anymore. It's too expensive. It's true. It's gone up like 4 times. I said, what's with bacon? But if you look at the Biden price hikes, very much caused the runaway inflation, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen before, anything like it. And they're costing average New York families $1,000 a month just in the inflationary costs. I call it the Biden inflation tax because it's a tax. On day one, we're going to throw out Bidenomics and going to replace it with Maganomics, like your hats, Maganomics. And I will give you lower taxes. We're going to cut it still lower. Remember, when I cut taxes, I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts. And you know what? The following year, we reported massive increases in revenue. So with lower taxes, we actually took in more money because it gave incentive for people to work. Lots of reasons. But I will give you low taxes, low inflation, low interest rates, rising wages, growing incomes, and fair trade for the American worker. And we will make energy affordable again by saying, drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Your energy costs will come down within the first year by 50%. That's not bad. That's a hell of a promise. And it will, too. We can drop that so quickly. Remember, it was his stupid energy policies that caused the inflation. Now it's more than energy. Now everything's like on fire. The whole place is a mess. We will quickly return our nation to the path of prosperity, and we will bring our country back together through unparalleled success. Our country is going to be very successful, and people are going to come together. And I will tell you, a lot of people say, do you think you can ever get the sides together? And by the way, I have to say something. Our side is much bigger than their side. You see that? Much bigger. We're more quiet, much more quiet. But when we get going, we're much tougher, right? We're much tougher. But it is much bigger. But I saw it. We had the greatest economy in history. And I was getting calls from the other side. I call it the radical left. But left-leaning, to put it mildly, Democrats, can we get together? Because everybody had the best they've ever had. African-American jobs were the best in history. Asian American, the best in history. Hispanic, the best in history. Women, people with a diploma, people without a diploma, people that went to the great Wharton School of Finance, MIT, Harvard, they were doing better. And the people that didn't have a high school diploma were having the best. Everybody was better. There wasn't one group, not one, that went down. And it was bringing our country together. So it can happen. And when they ask, because I get that question a lot, do you think the sides can ever get together? And I went through the experience, and we can get together. And then we had COVID come in, and we had to fight that battle. And we did a great, I've been recognized as having created a great economy and great military, defeating ISIS and all the things. We rebuilt the entire military, created Space Force, all those things. We never got the credit, and we had no wars. Thank you, sir. That's very nice. Remember Hillary Clinton used to point at me, he will create wars. No. They said his personality will create wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And I was right. First president in 78 years that didn't start a war. We had no wars. None of these stupid wars. Such a shame. When you see all the people that died in these horrible wars in the Middle East and everything else, countries didn't want us, dropping bombs all over the place, spent $9 trillion in the Middle East. We bomb the hell out of the place, then we leave. You know, in the old days, to the victor belong the spoils. We don't do that. We bomb the hell out of everyone, then we come back home. It's so sick. It's so sick and so stupid. These people that led us are so stupid. You want to use that as a last resort. You can solve these problems with a meeting or with a telephone call. You don't have to drop billions of dollars worth of bombs on people's heads. You don't have to. It's called peace through strength. It really is. And there's no reason for it. What they did in the Middle East is so incredible. They bombed the hell out of the place and then they left. But to the victor belong the spoils. We didn't do that. Now, in Iraq years ago, I was a civilian, but I got a lot of publicity for whatever the hell reason. And I said, don't go into Iraq. Don't go into Iraq. Don't go into Iraq. But if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, they went in and they didn't keep the oil. And Iraq now has $350 billion in cash from the oil. And Iran, by us destroying Iraq, the military of Iraq, for years they fought each other and they were equal sizes, equal everything. They were equal military partners. And for 1,000 years under different names, they would fight, a religious thing. They'd fight. They'd go 5 feet left, 5 feet right, 5 feet left, 5 feet right. Somebody would say they have gas. Somebody would say they have nuclear. Then they'd rest for a few years and they'd fight again. But we blew the hell out of one side, Iraq. So now Iraq is a subsidiary, essentially, of Iran. Congratulations for the geniuses that got us into that mess. Because Iran essentially controls, and that was the other thing. When I was president, Iran was broke. They had no money. I said to China, if you buy, they bought a lot of oil. I said, if you buy anything, but if you buy oil from Iran, we are going to do something to you. What's that? You're not going to do any business in the United States. He said, well, that's the end of buying oil from Iran. Every country was told that. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. Then Biden comes in and he takes all of the sanctions off. And they go out, and now Iran has $223 billion. Congratulations. And we're the only ones for 5 hostages. We just paid $6 billion. And for electricity for Iraq, we just paid $10 billion. And think of it, Iraq has billions of dollars that we're paying for their electricity. So we were in a position, there was no terror, there was no threat, there was no nothing. And now Iran has become a big threat again. And I tell you, I see a lot of flags from right out of Israel, right? That's right out of Israel. But remember, I said it a month ago, and it's a terrible thing to say, but I believe it. Many of the hostages that you're waiting for and everybody's waiting for, those hostages, many of them are dead. Many of them are dead. And it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. But many of those hostages are dead. And that's why when you see these negotiations where Hamas is like not getting back, they're saying, man, we could make a good deal, but these people are no longer alive. When I saw the way they were treated, when I saw they were thrown into the cars and how horribly they were treated, there's no way that those hostages, and some will be alive, but many of those hostages are dead. It's a very serious, horrible thing. It would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. It would have never happened if I were your president. They would have never done it. Because we have so many young people here today, I want to talk about, just for a moment, about success. Do you remember I used to give talks on success before politics? Okay, that's enough. We're going to do it. I know you're on our side, but it's enough. We're going to get them home. It's a rough situation. But remember, we used to give talks on success for the learning addicts and for others. And I used to do that before politics. And maybe it's one of the reasons I went in. But because, well, bringing our city back, it starts with getting the right leadership. It also involves men and women just like you. But I talk a lot about success, and I get paid money to talk about success. I would have done it for nothing. But then because of politics, and if you take a look, because of politics, I stopped doing that. But I think we're in the Bronx. We have young people, people that aspire to success. And I just wanted to know, I'm so tired of politics. Can we devote 6 minutes to success? Okay. So, for all of you young people, I think it's, look, I've been through tremendous, I've had great success. I've had it in entertainment. I've had it in business. I've had it in politics. I ran for office. What office did you run for president? How'd you do? I won. Actually, I won twice. We did much better the second time. So, we got millions more votes the second time. But it doesn't compare to this time. There is so much more. We had tremendous enthusiasm. When I don't call her Crooked Hillary anymore. I call her Beautiful Hillary because I took crooked and used it for Joe. I don't